crashing a stolen vehicle, then fleeing the scene. Police say the incident occurred early Sunday morning when the five teens, three 13-year-olds, a 15-year-old, and a 16-year-old, crashed the stolen car into a tree in the area of Main Street and Broadway Road. The teens fled the scene by foot, but were located and apprehended a short time later. It is believed the stolen car was involved in breaking into area cars. A federal judge has denied a motion to dismiss a lawsuit against the rideshare company that transported a man known as the Milford axe murderer to the scene of the crime. The lawsuit was filed in state court in December by Julie Minogue's father on behalf of Minogue's three sons. The lawsuit states that rideshare company Lyft brought Minogue's ex, Ewan Dewitt, to Minogue's Milford condo in spite of the fact that he was carrying an axe and was acting paranoid and dangerous. Dewitt killed Minogue with the axe while her 19-year-old and 3-year-old children were present in the condo and was sentenced in May to serve 48 years in prison after pleading guilty to killing Minogue. The family of a Bridgeport man who was killed by a stray bullet in a Waterbury shooting is not pleased with a proposed plea agreement for the man who pulled the trigger. 40-year-old Gregory Robertson, a native of Bridgeport, was killed on July 16, 2023, when 31-year-old Joshua Morales shot him and injured another man after getting into an argument with a second armed man inside the Bunker Social Club in Waterbury. Robertson had moved to Virginia more than a decade earlier to be in a safer place to raise his son. Robertson's family members say they feel the 15 years offered to Morales in a plea deal is not enough. Morales is facing a host of charges, including murder and first-degree assault with a machine gun. Morales is due to appear in Superior Court on August 27th in Waterbury. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal is criticizing the free living arrangement of U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Blumenthal says that Noem is currently living for free in a military home usually reserved for the Coast Guard Commandant. Blumenthal says it's not unusual for cabinet members to live on military installations, but they normally pay rent. Blumenthal says the rent-free arrangement warrants further congressional scrutiny. The state is installing 5 more wrong-way detection systems this week. A camera detects a driver going the wrong way on a highway ramp, and signs are activated flashing red, alerting the driver to turn around. State police are also notified in real time. Locations being added are in Cromwell, Farmington, Rocky Hill, Windsor, and South Windsor. A police investigation is underway after someone slashed the tires of Ansonia Mayor David Cassetti's car. Police say the incident happened either August 8th or 9th at Cassetti's home on High Acres Road. The $320 to replace the tires was covered by the city of Ansonia as the vehicle is city-owned. On Tuesday, Mayor Cassetti offered an opinion on Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC as to why he thinks this happened.
Could it be just some crank, or is there a political thing going on here? Anything about that?
It's very suspect. It's very suspect, I have to tell you.
Yeah.
It's the silly season. All right, it's the silly season now with the election.
Yeah.
He says home surveillance cameras failed to capture whoever is responsible for the damage. And Fairfield National can advance to the Little League World Series U.S. Championship game with a win today over a team from Las Vegas. Fairfield is undefeated in 3 games in the tournament, most recently thumping South Dakota 13-1 on Monday. Team manager Brian Palazzolo spoke about the positive energy his team brings to the field.
It is absolutely wild what's going on. We are 3-0 in Williamsport. We do have a big game coming up against Mountain Region, but I couldn't be prouder of our boys. We executed plays and practice that we do every single day.
Today's game is at 3 p.m. and will be broadcast on ESPN. If Fairfield loses today, they will have to play an elimination game in the losers bracket tomorrow. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
Back to the download. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Renai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Renai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until August 31st with Tri-City and Renai. Visit us at tricityhomesolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-8700. 877 Heat Tri-City.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Sunday, September 7th for a special celebration. It's C.C. Sabathia, Replica Hall of Fame Plaque Day, and the first 40,000 guests in attendance will receive a C.C. Sabathia Replica Hall of Fame plaque presented by WFAN. Tickets are going fast. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today. Welcome back Hall of Famer C.C. Sabathia on Sunday, September 7th. Buy tickets now at Yankees.com/tickets.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The Air Guitar World Championships got underway today in Finland.
The best air shredders from around the globe compete for the title. Contestants wear wild costumes while rocking out with their imaginary guitars. They get judged on their technical merit, stage presence, and airness. Last year's winner?
From Canada, Ichabod!
Jammed out to Nickelback's Photograph to win the grand prize, a custom-made Flying Fin guitar. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Last month when Coldplay focused a camera on two people at a Massachusetts concert, we all know what happened.
Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Coldplay singer Chris Martin defended doing it the other night at a concert in England. He said the band's going to keep doing it, and he says don't call it a kiss cam. He prefers Jumbotron. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
You know, summer is beach. Beach is relaxing. Relaxing is with a book. And this is the most inviting book cover I've seen in a long time. Martha Hall Kelly joins us now. Her latest novel is The Martha's Vineyard Beach and Book Club. She is the New York Times bestselling author of Lilac Girls, which was a wonderful, wonderful book. Martha, welcome to the Lisa Wexler Show today. Hi. Hello.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you. Thank you. So where am I finding you? I'm reading you're in Litchfield or you're in Hobe Sound or you're in Manhattan or where are you right now? Where are you?
I just got back from Martha's Vineyard, actually, and I'm in Litchfield.
Because if you're not in Litchfield right now, there's no reason to ever have anything in Litchfield. Am I right? This is the time.
Oh, I love it here. My husband and I, just last night, we were saying, we were pinching ourselves. It's so lovely and quiet.
It is. What town are you in?
In Litchfield.
Oh, in the town of Litchfield. Okay, because Litchfield County, has a bunch of different towns. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Litchfield itself. I used to live in Fairfield, actually. And then when I was writing Lilac Girls, Caroline Faraday's house is up here in Bethlehem. And I just got to know the area when I was researching up there, and we moved up here. It's just lovely.
Oh, so you're up there for some of the year, because you're in different places, right? Different parts of the year?
Yes, we move around a lot. We are in Hobe Sound, Florida, which is near Jupiter on the east coast of Florida in the winter, and in the city a lot in New York. So we move around.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, trolling real estate that I can't afford is one of my hobbies. So, right.
It's dangerous.
Right.
You fall in love with stuff.
Very dangerous. So But the real estate that I'm trolling lately, my Zillow search, is up in your neck of the woods in Litchfield, because but I want to be on a lake. I want to be. I've heard Bantam Lake, I think it is beautiful, and Morris, and I want to be looking at a lake. And I say to Bill once in a while, "Am I going to have my dream? Am I going to have my lake house?" And he says to me, "No, probably not. No, probably not. But I can keep dreaming. I dream. It's okay."
It's what keeps us going, right?
Right.
Aspirational thing. Well, there's all sorts of lakes up here, Warramog, and you could just get a little place.
I know you could, but you tend, when you start looking at real estate, the little ones. I don't know. Do they exist anymore, Martha? I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure. That's a look, and he'll come around. He'll end up being the one that loves it the most.
That's so true. You're right.
Isn't that fun? How that
Well, it was
happens?
definitely the case with the dogs. I'm the one wanted the dog. Bill is the one utterly besotted and devoted to our Bichons. Utterly, beyond. Totally.
That is it's classic, right?
It is. So, Martha, you've got a very fertile imagination, and you're writing like crazy. And congratulations to you. And it seems like one of the themes of your books, at least in the recent history, is that you feel like World War II is a linchpin kind of a time where people had to make pretty clear moral choices and lives splintered in different directions.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, in a novel, you need that conflict and you need the tension. So, World War II, it's just there. No matter what you write about. This is the first time I've written about World War II in the United States. So, but there was a lot going on out on Martha's Vineyard at the time. So it was pretty easy to get that tension. People don't realize that they were really on the front lines of things, especially with all the U-boats cruising around, the eastern seaboard.
You got to tell us about that, because it's still shocking for people to realize that German U-boats made it this close or made it into the waters off Long Island. When my father tells me about it pretty casually, my eyebrows still raise up over my head, because I never thought that they ever got this close to our shores. I always think of the war being over there, right? You'll excuse the expression, but over there, right? So tell us about this.
The whole book is inspired by my mother, who grew up on Martha's Vineyard, and she used to tell us stories about how at night they could hear the hum of the subs that came up, the German subs that came up to the surface, and because they had to recharge their batteries. And that to me as a kid was so scary. But that was the reality. The people out on the vineyard knew that the subs were all over the place. Back in the early 40s, when at the beginning of the war, this did change. But Hitler sent all sorts of wolf packs of German U-boats over, and what they were trying to do was sink the boats, the Allied ships, the American ships, that were loaded with supplies for the war. He's trying to sink them before they even got over there. So they were just like hanging around the Cape and the islands, all over New York, any place that had a harbor, and they were ready to sink ships, and that's what they were doing. But in their off time, they would come over and some of them came onto Martha's Vineyard, which is so wild. Some of them, a lot of them actually, would go after fishermen because, they only had room to bring provisions, a certain number of provisions, and they were hungry. And they would stop the fishermen and board their boats and take their fish and their lobsters. And this one wonderful account that I got from a military a person that is a researcher about military stuff over on Cape Cod, he said that this one Portuguese sailor was so shocked when the Nazis came onto his boat and gave him a case of schnapps in exchange for his fish that he was so freaked out that he threw it overboard because he was afraid to get in trouble. So there are lots of stories about the U-boats and how they interacted with fishermen and just normal people.
Now, explain the timing, because we got into the war, right, December 7th, 41. Were the U-boats coming up before that? Because we were doing Lend-Lease with Churchill and we were supplying the Brits?
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly right. So but later it got better because our technology advanced. But at the beginning, they were downing ships. Oh, my God. I mean, thousands of merchant marine soldiers died. And it was really, really bad. Like, day after day, they were down in ships. It was terrifying. And that's why we couldn't have our lights on. You know, they always talk about it was lights out, because if you were in a U-boat, you could see the merchant ships at night because they were silhouetted. Again, you know, if you've got your lights on.
Right, I see.
They were silhouetted and stuff. So, yeah, they were downing ships even before we entered the war.
So even though they were downing ships, they were attacking American people, they were killing merchant marines, that was not a provocation enough for us to get into the war? That's really interesting, Martha, because nowadays people would be talking about that as a provocation of war, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. And I do think that, you know, there were a lot of things that led up to the war. I mean, Pearl Harbor was the kind of straw that broke the camel's back. But I think we were kind of like deer in the headlights during all that beginning part of it. We just didn't know how to react. Plus, out on Martha's Vineyard, they didn't know if we were going to be attacked by air, because they didn't realize that the German planes didn't have gas tanks big enough to get them all the way over here. And they had plane spotters for the whole war that were thinking that maybe we'd be attacked by air.
And once we officially started the war, did the U-boats keep coming here, or did they stop and concentrate in Europe?
Eventually they stopped because we got better at finding them. Actually, my father-in-law, he's passed away now, but he was a Navy pilot, and they used to drop depth charges on submarines, but they didn't develop the technology to find the submarines until a little bit later in the war. Once they did, it was a different story. And you know, once the Germans started losing the war, you know, they didn't have the wherewithal to send the subs over anymore. People also don't realize that there were German spies that landed from submarines, from the U-boats onto the shore on Long Island and down Florida.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. We're chatting with Martha Hall Kelly. The book is the Martha's Vineyard Beach and Book Club. Right. So there were a lot of German Americans in the Bund, B-U-N-D. There was that infamous rally in Madison Square Garden. There were isolationists here. We know about Charles Lindbergh now with his separate family there. It would have been unheard of then to even know that, but it was true. So we had plenty, right, and Henry Ford. We had plenty of people that were sympathizing with Germans.
Yeah,
and they probably found many friends here. The Yorkville section of Manhattan was notorious, right? So yeah,
absolutely, yeah. And there's Yaphank, you know, was a little town, a little Nazi town, which is so bizarre.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's in the book, too. That it's a little bit of a spoiler, but yeah, there was a whole town. And it's still there. I mean, they took all the streets were named Hitler Street, you know, Goebbels Avenue. I mean, it was crazy.
It's just astonishing, actually. You know.
And there were camps also. In Wisconsin, out on Long Island, Nazi-leaning camps where they taught ideology to children and adults. People dressed up in the outfits and the whole thing.
Yeah.
After Pearl Harbor, they kind of went underground, but it was all still happening.
Right. You know, Alfred Hitchcock made the best movies about this. He made the best movies about this, about how
People
America could seem like saboteur, how Notorious. Well, Notorious was, you know, in Brazil, but Saboteur with Robert Cummings. Remember that? And Priscilla Lane. You know, he made movies about how American people would seem so American and so good, and you would assume on the outside they had the same feelings about this country and democracy that you did, but they didn't, not at all.
Oh, that's so Hitchcock, isn't it? Did you know that he made a documentary as well about the concentration camps?
I did not know that.
Yeah, yeah.
I bet it's unbelievable. I bet it's
you
incredible.
Can find it on. Yeah, I had no idea that was true, but I just ran across that.
Wow. Well, the Martha's Vineyard Beach and Book Club, you know, it takes you back to that time. The cover, by the way, who did the cover art? It's so amazing.
That Random House, they're so good. Yeah, I actually found that photograph and gave it to them, and I was fingers crossed. I hoped that they would use it, and they did. Yeah, they colorized it. It's a black and white photo originally.
So that's the way the girls really looked.
Yeah, yeah. You know, it's funny. In the UK, they wouldn't use that cover because they thought that the girls were too scantily clad.
You mean nowadays, today?
Yeah.
Like today?
Yeah, they have a different cover.
They were too scantily clad? You're kidding me.
No. The leg in, that long...
yeah, she's got a nice leg.
Yeah, they didn't want that on their cover. I know, it's crazy.
I just love looking at the hairstyles. I could look at the hairstyles all day long.
I know. And can you imagine wearing shoes and socks to the beach like that?
I thought it was adorable. She looks so cute. She really looks... I wear my Allbirds all the time, so yes, I can imagine that.
On my Instagram, my son brought the book cover to life, which is really fun. And he put a person there with them on the beach reading.
Oh, wow.
And I just thought, wouldn't that be great if you could just go back to that time? I feel like the book kind of lets you do that in a way.
I think the book does. A lot of your stories do. A lot of your writing does. Absolutely.
I try.
Well, congrats to you. Have you been writing your whole life, or has this been sort of coming on in the last 10 years?
You know what? I never aspired to write a novel. I went to journalism school and wrote TV commercials, but it wasn't until I was in my 50s when I lived in Fairfield, and my husband said, why don't you go up and see that house you've always wanted to go see? And I went up to see the Bellamy Faraday House and Gardens in Bethlehem, and I discovered the story of Caroline Faraday, the true story of how she brought those Polish women they were experimented on at Ravensbrück concentration camp. Once I discovered that story, that's when I started writing. But before then, I had no interest I didn't even know where to start. But once I got that story, I just couldn't not write that.
But you wrote it in a fictionalized way to have people relate to it, right? I mean, in other words,
yeah. I didn't think anyone would read it because I was nobody. And then it turned out they did. So It was pretty amazing.
Yeah, I happen to love, I don't know if you call your work historical fiction or fiction based on history. I don't know what genre it is. Maybe it's just fiction. But I love when I read a book and I know it's based on a lot of true details. I love that.
Too. It adds that other dimension, and you're really learning stuff, which is
exactly.
Fun.
Well, Martha Hall Kelly, thank you very much for joining us today. Have a great rest of summer. Enjoy Litchfield. And congrats. And thank you for sharing what you knew and what you know about this region of the country in World War II and these crazy U-boats. It's the Martha's Vineyard Beach and Book Club. Go get it now. Thank you so much, Martha. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
Pleasure.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Showers and a thunderstorm this afternoon with a high and low 70s. A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's August 20th. On this day in 1960, Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho was the #1 movie at the box office. Happy birthday to the man who wrote the lyrics to this, Robert Plant.
She's buying a stairway
On this day in 2024, the Eagles' greatest hits album became the biggest selling album in history. August 20th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC, the Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hurricane Aaron may stay offshore, but it's a big storm and it will pack a punch. North Carolina's Emergency Director William Ray.
I want to remind everyone, regardless of the track of the center of the storm, dangerous conditions can be felt far from the eye, especially with a system as large as Aaron.
CBS's Rob Marciano is in the Outer Banks where the waves are growing.
We've got 10, 11 footers this morning. That's expected to build to 15 or even 20 feet as we go through tomorrow afternoon. So that will cut into some of these dunes, likely overwash some roadways, potentially cut off the lower half of the Outer Banks here.
Life-threatening surf and strong winds will lash the East Coast through at least tomorrow. The Republican-controlled Texas House of Representatives is expected to approve a new congressional map, creating 5 new GOP seats. CBS's Finn Gomez is following.
Once the maps are passed, legal challenges from Democrats and allies are expected to be filed. Lawyers and advocacy groups are preparing lawsuits and gearing up for a litigious fight. So it's not over, but it does get a lot more difficult to counter these new seats pushed by the Texas Republicans.
Israel has entered the first stages of its planned assault on Gaza City. Correspondent Rami Inocencio has the latest.
Israel is calling up 60,000 new reservists, which is its biggest call-up ever since the events of October 7th. And the military is also extending service for another 20,000 soldiers that are already operating in the field. So in total, this would bring to 130,000 the number of military personnel on active duty as it ramps up its Gaza assault.
There was a meeting today between NATO military officials to discuss security guarantees for Ukraine. CBS's Aaron Navarro reports from the White House. Moscow is calling those talks a non-starter.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is leading the U.S. effort to firm up these security guarantees. President Trump and the White House have made clear that U.S. troops on the ground is an option that they are ruling out, while keeping the option open for potential U.S. air defense to assist in whatever a security agreement looks like. In the meantime, the word we're hearing from Russia is that they believe any agreement without Russia's input is, quote, a road to nowhere. So certainly a lot of things left to hash out between the U.S. and Europe, and then you have to get buy-in from Russia.
Target has named a new chief executive as it tries to revive its reputation as affordable but stylish. On Wall Street, stocks are lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The funeral for 6-year-old Jose Martinez, who fell into the water at the Bird's Eye Boat Ramp in Stratford, will take place this Friday, August 22nd. The boy's mother, Magdalene Smith, spoke on what kind of child he was.
My son, he was a really good kid. He had very bright energy, and he had a wonderful smile. His smile could light up the whole room and everybody in it. He did not deserve to go like this. He didn't deserve to go at all. He had his whole life ahead of him.
Martinez's funeral will start at 10 a.m. at the East End Tabernacle Church in Bridgeport. 3 Stratford Democrats have qualified for the primary election. Dr. David Chess is the endorsed Democrat for the mayor nomination. Town Council member Alvin O'Neill will go up against William Boyd for his current position, and David Hardin is going for District 4 against Town Council member Renee Gibson. The primary election will take place on September 9th. Early voting starts September 2nd at the Baldwin Center. The Bridgeport Police Department recognizes 2 employees who made a difference. Officer Schuler and Sergeant Diaz helped another officer who was exposed to suspected fentanyl and began showing signs of distress this past Sunday, according to officials. Sergeant Diaz immediately called for medical assistance as Officer Schuler administered Narcan, likely saving his fellow officer's life. According to police, Officer Schuler has been awarded the Medal of Merit and Sergeant Diaz will be awarded the Honorable Service Citation. A judge awards Oxford custody of 22 dogs seized in a neglect case. Owner John Artis had the choice to give the pets away or pay $22,000 for care. Artis is facing 22 charges of animal cruelty. His court date is September 15th at the Derby Superior Court. I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 20 and 19. Right lane is out. On the Parkway northbound, you have road work from new exit 5 to 13. Stay to the right to get through. On the southbound side, you have it from new exit 17 down to exit 10. Upper Merritt construction going into Black Rock Turnpike. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, you have it going through the tunnel just past exit 46. Right lane is out. Wilbur Cross on the northbound side, you have it from exit 51 going up to exit 58. 91 northbound, the road work starts at exit 15. Left lane is out. Traffic report powered by Abriella Parkview Funeral Home, a trusted pillar of compassion in our community. Secure your peace of mind with a free pre-planning consultation at Abriella.com. Your peace of mind starts here. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday sunny and milder with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So look at this. It's Pam Bondi versus Ned Lamont in the main event off the top rope, right? Figure 4 leg lock. What was that? A steel cage death match here? I know it's enough wrestling references for one break. Hey there, how about this? Governor Ned Lamont telling the Justice Department yesterday, on Tuesday, this courtesy of our friends at NBC Connecticut, that his administration will not, ain't gonna do it, wouldn't be prudent, will not amend any immigration policies despite threats of funding cuts and criminal charges. That's right. The Trump White House, you think they're scrambling over the budget in Hartford now? The Trump White House is, get rid of this trust act you have, which hamstrings the cops, or we may cut some of your funding. How about that? He wrote in a letter to U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, quote, as a governor, my focus is on making sure our kids show up at school or residents participate fully in their democracy and that all individuals are treated with respect. Pam Bondi gave Lamont until today. Yeah, today. To respond and comply with federal laws and identifies the immediate initiatives, she wants the governor to do this, that you're taking to eliminate laws, policies, and practices that impede federal immigration enforcement. Pam Bondi making that request in a letter sent to cities, counties, and states it identified earlier this month as having sanctuary jurisdictions. Now, the governor, the attorney general, a bunch of other people in the state said, no, we're not a sanctuary jurisdiction. No. The Justice Department is also taking issue with, as I've talked about on this show, as Melissa's mentioned, as Lisa's mentioned, the Trust Act, T-R-U-S-T, the Trust Act, which limits cooperation between local and state law enforcement and federal immigration agents. So again, as opposed to other states who allow the local police to help on immigration issues, we don't do that here in the state for some reason. Don't know why, wink, wink. The governor wrote the Connecticut's policy is that state and local law enforcement resources should primarily be used to carry out state and local public safety responsibilities rather than being diverted to immigration enforcement, a policy of the federal government. Now, I understand what he's saying, but that's crap. He has to say that to keep the loony lefties in his party from running him out of town. So I understand what the governor's saying. It's the same pablum you get in all the blue states. Well, this is a federal government purvey immigration, so we're not going to help. Now, they know. Ned Lamont and a bunch of other governors and local officials in the General Assembly, including on the Democratic majority side, they know that it would be in the interest of public safety to allow law enforcement to at least cooperate in some way, shape, and form with getting at least dangerous illegals out of here. Not talking about everybody. We're talking about dangerous illegals. But they all quiver in fear. From the governor to the lieutenant governor to the House Speaker to the president pro tem of the Senate to the Senate Majority Leader, they all quiver in fear. And they give us this cock and bull line about, well, if the cops get involved, then they'll lose trust in the community. Please, tell me I'm waiting for some local law enforcement official to come out and tell me, hey, we solved X, Y, and Z case because we had a good relationship with an undocumented or an illegal or whatever. You never hear it. You never hear it. And it doesn't mean that they have to mention that person's name. Just come out and say, hey, we helped solve a murder investigation or a child abuse investigation or this, that, and the other through the great cooperation of some of the undocumented migrants in our community. You never even hear that. You know why? It hardly ever happens. Because if it did happen, they would bring public safety officials out and trumpet the cooperation of these people, but it doesn't. Lamont also said no federal law requires such cooperation. The state has no laws that seek to interfere or prohibit federal immigration agents from doing their jobs. But yet other states do the exact opposite. Why is that? You tell me. Why don't we open it up with that little ditty here? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Is this, and look, I like the governor, I do. I think he's genuinely a nice guy. I do, honestly. I've only met him a couple of times, but I can see from afar he's not a psycho leftist like there are some in his own party. Just the way there are right-wing crazies in the Republican Party. So I think the governor's a good guy. I think he understands the romper room that he has to deal with, the kindergarten, the nursery school of whiners that he has to deal with in his own party. He gets that. I understand that. He gets it. But this is just ridiculous saying, hey, we're not going to help the feds. We're not. No, the feds. No. Oh, my God, we can't do that. And guess what the feds did over the past couple of weeks? They got rid of a lot of really bad illegals in the state. That's according to us. Oh, you didn't know. And maybe this has to do, I don't want to get specific here, but maybe this has to do with, some people going, ICE was in Fairfield County and ICE was in Danbury. I've got details of that coming up, but we start with this today. On the phone, text, or talk, same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. I think it's a simple question. So you tell me our Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/voice of CT. Governor Ned Lamont is rejecting a Justice Department demand for more cooperation on immigration issues. So the feds are asking Connecticut and the governor, hey, give us your help so we can get rid of some of these people. And the governor is saying, no, niet, none. Ain't going to happen, Gridley. Do you agree or not? Get a little business in, traffic and weather together, up and underway. It is, what is it, Monday? Oh, it's Wednesday. It's the middle of the week. This whole days of the week thing, it's tough. This was a sticking point when I was in kindergarten on WICC, where we continue.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age, your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect low UV levels with a max UV index of 2. Air quality should be fair with an AQI in the 20s. Unfortunately, looks like poor conditions for the beach or pool due to a very high chance of rain. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of a Beats.
A century ago, my grandparents, Frank and Philomena Pepe, opened a small pizzeria on New Haven's Worcester Street. They'd never have imagined the incredible legacy they built. Today, Pepe's is still here, still family-owned, and still Connecticut's old reliable. We celebrate 100 years and invite you to celebrate with us.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, passionate about pizza for 100 years. Join the celebration at your local Pepe's today.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 20 and 19. Right lane is out. On the Parkway northbound, you have road work from new exit 5 to 13. Stay to the right to get through. On the southbound side, you have it from new exit 17 down to exit 10. Upper Merritt construction going into Black Rock Turnpike, and on the Wilbur Cross southbound, you have it going through the tunnel just past exit 46. Right lane is out. Wilbur Cross on the northbound side, you have from exit 51 going up to exit 58. 91 northbound, the road work starts at exit 15. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be a few showers or a thunderstorm with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and warmer with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man, a microphone, and a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Beyond the radio and also streaming at voiceofct.com. Maybe that's how you're tuning us. Hey, it's National Radio Day. How about that? Yeah, celebrating the wonderful medium of radio started by one of my tribe, Guillermo Marconi. Oofa. What am I going to do with this thing? Carry the voice over there. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. So I start with this today, and it's because, don't look now, the Trump White House is coming after Connecticut. And if you think Ned Lamont's head's going to explode, you think it's exploding now. You think the lieutenant governor's cranium there, Governor Bisowitz, you think it's exploding now. Oh, my God. William Tong must be firing out lawsuits as we speak from the AG lawsuit machine there. Churn them out, Bill. It's going to get even worse. Governor Ned Lamont is rejecting a push, a demand by U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to cooperate more with the feds on immigration issues. We got a lot of people commenting on this already. We'll get to that a little bit later on. But that is our question of the day, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, you probably remember over the past 3, 4, 5 days, there was some controversy down county about a state legislator who was tweeting and putting out social media stuff regarding migrants and all this, that, and the other. And there were rumors about the ICE being in Connecticut. Well, you know why ICE was in Connecticut? And understand something. These are the kinds of operations that Connecticut will not cooperate with. Connecticut will, I know it sounds odd to somebody who actually has sufficient blood circulation in their brain, you know, the whole ear-to-ear thing. You would think that trying to get bad people off the streets would be a good thing. Well, apparently some people in Connecticut, at least the majority in Hartford, doesn't think it is. How about this? Connecticut's in the news again for all the wrong reasons. ICE arrests 65 illegals in a sanctuary state operation targeting gangs and transactional organized crime. In Connecticut, happening right underneath the noses of our local police. And it takes ICE to come in here and get these people. Now, I'm not saying the local cops don't want to do it. I'm not saying that. They can't under the law. Do you understand? I hope you do. Do you understand the way the Connecticut Trust Act is written? Local cops, your local police department in Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, Westport, Weston, Darien, Meriden, Milford, Southport, 169 cities and towns here. That your local police cannot assist the feds in getting these dirt bags off the streets. That's how blanked up we are in this state. ICE Boston, the ICE Boston office, which covers Connecticut and its territory, said it arrested 65 illegals during a 4-day operation in Connecticut. Yes, so over a 4-day period, our local police couldn't do anything with these people. Not that I'm sure 99% of the fine men and women in blue locally and in gray on the state police, they would love to help out here. They can't do that. Even if they wanted to, they can't do that because a law says that they're not allowed to keep you and I safe when it comes to immigration issues. How dumb is that? It was dubbed Operation Broken Trust. It's part of the agency's ongoing crackdowns on states with sanctuary policies. The operation says here, according to ICE, was launched in Connecticut in May when Connecticut in May expanded its sanctuary state law known as the Trust Act, which bans local law enforcement from sharing information with ICE unless required by law or in cases involving serious crimes. The agency, ICE, said that the sting targeted transactional organized crime, gangs, and egregious offenders. Among the 65 arrests here in Connecticut, 29, here's the thing. This is the thing that should make your head explode. Of the 65 arrests in Connecticut, 29 had been convicted or charged in the U.S. with serious crimes, including kidnapping, assault, drug offenses, weapons violations, and sex crimes. Others were ID'd as member of transactional gangs or had criminal histories in their home countries. Patricia Hyde, the field office director, Boston ICE, said, quote, sanctuary legislation like the Trust Act in Connecticut only endangers the communities it claims to protect. Such laws, she continued, only force law enforcement professionals to release criminal alien offenders back into the communities they have victimized. See, that's it. The majority Democrats in Hartford, and I hate to keep doing this, but I have to because you have to know. These are the legislators that say, oh, we care about people of color. Oh, they have friends in the Democratic Party, black folks, African Americans. Oh, we want them to have safe neighborhoods too. And yet, it's because of laws like the Trust Act and legislation pushed by majority Democrats in Hartford that by and large have the capacity to make those very neighborhoods of the people they pretend to care about more dangerous. Patricia Hyde continued, quote, the state of Connecticut is a safer place thanks to the hard work and determination of the men and women of ICE and our federal partners. Working together, we were able to arrest 65 illegals in just 4 days throughout Connecticut, many of whom had significant criminality in the United States, end quote. But there you have it, folks. They know where these people are. Yet an idiotic law passed by the Democratic majority in Hartford keeps our law enforcement agencies from going at them. It is mind-numbingly stupid. So I ask you, with all the benevolence in my heart, Governor Ned Lamont is rejecting a push from the Justice Department for more cooperation with ICE on immigration issues. Do you agree, yes or no? News coming up, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 20 and 19. Right lane is out. On the Parkway northbound, you have road work from new exit 5 to 13. Stay to the right to get through. On the southbound side, you have it from new exit 17 down to exit 10. Upper Merritt construction going into Black Rock Turnpike. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, you have it going through the tunnel just past exit 46. Right lane is out. Wilbur Cross on the northbound side, you have it from exit 51 going up to exit 58. 91 northbound, the road work starts at exit 15. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
Town Fair Tire is New England's largest volume discount tire dealer with over 100 locations. So we sell Michelin tires for the guaranteed lowest price. Like Michelin tires with all-season capabilities and maximum performance. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services for life on your Michelin tires for longer tread life and reliable traction in both wet and dry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Hurricane Erin is a large storm and it's gaining strength. It will remain offshore, but it's bringing high winds and dangerous waves to the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Governor Josh Stein.
If you are under an evacuation order, take action now before it's too late.
The threat stretches as far north as New England. Texas state lawmakers are expected to vote today on redrawing congressional districts. Reporter Kayla Gowo.
They're trying to push through the map on final passage today. Democrats are trying to put the screws on their Republican colleagues, try to get them to admit something that they can use as a legal record in raising a legal challenge to this map.
Correspondent Rami Inocencio reports Israel has entered the first stage of its assault on Gaza City.
Today, Israel's military has already effectively encircled Gaza City. It's hit more neighborhoods in the past day, and it has also dropped evacuation leaflets.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A hit-and-run car crashed into a tree and caught fire. It happened after midnight last night on the Merrick Parkway in Trumbull. Firefighters and state police responded to the scene. According to officials, driver Sebastian Rodriguez later returned in a different vehicle. Rodriguez received a ticket for the crash, also for failing to renew his registration. Connecticut officials are warning about tax-free week scams. Governor Ned Lamont and the Connecticut Consumer Protection Commission says shopping in this month can attract fraud. Tips to avoid these scams include to be aware of fake advertisements, review, return, and refund policies before buying, and use your credit card for better protection when purchasing. Tax-free week is this week and lasts until this Saturday, August 23rd. Fairfield National can advance to the Little League World Series U.S. Championship game with a win today over a team from Las Vegas. Fairfield is undefeated in 3 games in the tournament, most recently thumping South Dakota 13-1 on Monday. Team manager Brian Palazzolo spoke about the positive energy the team brings to the field.
It is absolutely wild what's going on. We are 3-0 in Williamsport. We do have a big game coming up against Mountain Region, but I couldn't be prouder of our boys. We executed plays and practice that we do every single day.
Today's game is at 3 p.m. in 30 minutes and will be broadcast on ESPN. If Fairfield loses today, they will have to play an elimination game in the losers bracket tomorrow. Also for sports, the tribal owners for the WNBA's Connecticut Sun are looking to league to help salvage the planned $325 million sale of the team. ESPN reports that the Mohegan Tribe is seeking clarity from the league of its desired path forward for the Sun. The tribe has reached an agreement to sell the team to former Boston Celtics minority owner Steve Pagluier, but the league has resisted the deal. The Mohegans are reportedly now planning to present the WNBA with several possible sale options. I'm Isabella Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 20 and 19. Right lane is out. On the Parkway northbound, you have road work from new exit 5 to 13. Stay to the right to get through. On the southbound side, you have it from new exit 17 down to exit 10. Upper Merritt construction going into Black Rock Turnpike. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, you have it going through the tunnel just past exit 46. Right lane is out. Wilbur Cross on the northbound side, you have it from exit 51 going up to exit 58. 91 northbound, the road work starts at exit 15. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be a few showers or a thunderstorm with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and warmer with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we have a little bit of breaking news here, and we'll get to this a little bit later on. But remember, we've been talking about over the past couple of weeks here, the notion that a lot more Bridgeport school kids, something like 2,300 more school kids, we're going to have to walk up to a half a mile longer to get to school because of bus route cutbacks. Well, good news. Bridgeport students are going to get the full bus service restored under a negotiated agreement with the state. So there you be. So that's good. We'll get into the details of that coming up. 203-333 9422 333 WICC. But we talk here about immigration to start, not so much on a national scale, but here in Connecticut. The ICE Regional Boston office, ICE Boston, announcing that over the past couple of weeks, ICE has come in here, apparently with very little help from local law enforcement. And ICE says, not for nothing, but we arrested some 65 illegals, some really bad men and women here, in an operation here in Connecticut. They single out Connecticut, and I guess ICE came here because they're targeting the state because of this idiotic Trust Act that was passed by the Democratic majority in the state. I don't think any Republican voted for it. That limits even further cooperation between local police and federal immigration authorities. And the reason we're always giving, the reason we hear about this all the time is, well, we don't want to forego the trust that has been built up between law enforcement and the migrant community. All right, then, give me some cases where your argument has solved crimes. You don't have to be specific. I'm not asking you for names. I'm not asking you for people who came out and spoke up. I'm not asking you for witness names. I'm not even asking you for specific cases. Just give me a notion. Just give me a notion where, all right, this case was solved, or we solved a murder case, or a rape case, or a sexual assault case, because we have the Trust Act. Do you ever hear that? Now, maybe it is. I don't know. If you want to turn around people like me, then let's hear that. But it is idiotic. Again, I pointed out a case that we had not too long ago where you had a guy released from a state jail who had served time on sex assault charges in this state, a bad guy who, by the way, only served like 2 years of a 10-year sentence or something like that. They released the guy, and the jail in Connecticut, I forgot which state corrections facility it is, the jail wouldn't even honor an ICE request to hold that guy. That's how idiotic the Trust Act is. Do you understand that? Shall I say that again? Oh, you guys on talk shows, you exaggerate stuff. No. It was in a news release in ICE about 2 or 3 months ago. I think it happened in January. There was a really bad guy getting out of jail that had served, oddly enough, wink, wink, not enough time on sexual assault charges aimed at kids. And I said, hey, we understand this guy is getting out. We've been we've been keeping an eye on him. Can you please hold him for us? Not only did the state of Connecticut, you ready for this, folks? And good. I'm glad Pam Bondi is coming down on Connecticut. I'm glad they're coming down on Ned Lamont. Some people from the governor on down who support this Trust Act should be ashamed of himself. Not only in this case a couple of months ago, involving sex charges on minors, did the state not honor the detainer. They released this piece of filth back into the community. But again, everybody's going to get mad at Donald Trump. Oh my God, he hates brown people. Oh, come on, stop it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I can tell you something. I for one, I'm applauding the Trump White House on this. And yes, I'm applauding Pam Bondi and the Justice Department. I hope they come down on this state like a freaking ton of bricks. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. And how dare this state throw up impediments to getting some of these dirt nozzles off the streets? It is mind-numbing, the idiocy that we have to deal with in this state. And by the way, a pox on the businesses that hire people too. I know what some people say. Well, if you came down on too many illegals, the business community would suffer. Guess what? I don't care. It's about law enforcement and safety and this, that, and the other. Absolutely. So again, Governor Ned Lamont is rejecting a U.S. Justice Department demand for more cooperation on immigration issues. Do you agree or not? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. By the way, that is a talk or text. You can text me, too, if you don't want to come on and talk about issues like this. I get it. You don't want your voice out there. That's fine. But let me know what you think. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Discover the freedom of the open water with ConnecticutBoatingCertificates.com. Their comprehensive online classes make it easy and convenient for you to earn your Connecticut boating certificate from the comfort of your home. With expert instructors, flexible scheduling, and up-to-date courses, you'll gain the knowledge and skills needed to operate safely and confidently. Embark on your boating adventures today and enjoy the thrill of the waves with confidence. Enroll now and begin your family adventure today.
If there's one thing we'd all like to learn, it's how to make our retirement more predictable. You need to make your money last in retirement. And David Gagnon of First Financial Planners can tell you how to do just that.
Comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, here on WICC 600.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 20 and 19. Right lane is out. On the Parkway northbound, you have road work from new exit 5 to 13. Stay to the right to get through. On the southbound side, you have it from new exit 17 down to exit 10. Upper Merritt construction going into Black Rock Turnpike. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, you have it going through the tunnel just past exit 46. Right lane is out. Wilbur Cross on the northbound side, you have it from exit 51 going up to exit 58. 91 northbound, the road work starts at exit 15. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday sunny and milder with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back, and only on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
And again, you have Democratic legislators in Hartford thumbing their nose at the White House and thumbing their nose at keeping the streets safe. Again, you had to have ICE come into Connecticut here and over the past few weeks get, 3 or 4 dozen really bad people off the street. But again, it's their side of the aisle that cheers the ongoing crusade against ICE. State Senator Matt Lesser, Middletown, we're not the errand boy of the federal government. Boy, that's quality, huh? Don't you like that? Don't you like that? Don't you like that? Don't you love a party that decides to pick and choose what laws it's going to follow? You can't make. And by the way, there's an article I'll get to later on. The Democratic Party in the country is losing registration at record numbers. Record numbers. And this is not from Fox or Newsmax or One America. It's in the New York Times. So, again, you people who hate Trump, you hate MAGA, that's fine and dandy. I couldn't care less. But do you wonder why the guy was elected twice and could have won 3 times? It's stuff like this. In a state that spends, at minimum, about $100 million a year on medical coverage for migrants. And again, I understand. If people are sick, you treat them. If people are unhoused, you give them a roof over their heads. I get that. If people are cold, you warm them. If they're hot, you cool them. If they're hungry, you fill their stomachs. That's what we do. But there's a line of demarcation between being benevolent and being taken advantage of. And then our elected officials in one major party who controls Hartford there, wagging fingers at all this. Come on. Let's start the phone parade off here. Bob in Trumbull joins us at 2:46. Bob, how are you, sir? Bob, are you there?
In this sermon, I'm definitely living the nightmare.
Wait a minute. My sermon is giving you a nightmare?
Well, you're making me think of what these people are doing.
Yeah, well,
Anyway, my question is, why are the states where the country started now trying to destroy it? They're acting like Benedict Arnold.
Well, there is a reason, and Bob, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you for the call. There is a reason here, and Bob, that was good. I wanted to jump in there. There are more and more people realizing now, and Bob had a good question, why is this allowed? There are more and more people realizing now that because the census, and this is why Trump, I think, improperly is trying to change this. A lot of the stuff he does is I think it's too much of a sledgehammer thing. But part of the reason now more and more people are saying that the Biden White House did very little when it comes to immigration, and basically over the last 2 years allowed 200 and something thousand crossings of the southern border, largely, was to balance off the migration patterns that are happening among citizens. And if you go online and you Google this, it's fascinating because you see there are websites on the center, on the right side, and on the left side who all pretty much agree on the theory that the migration of citizens to the South, Texas, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, and to some of the Midwestern conservative states, that is going to dilute the Democratic Party's power. And they're already saying after the 2030 census, apart from any shenanigans in California and in Texas, they're already saying there's going to be a minimum of an 8-seat loss from blue-leaning areas to red-leaning areas. So the theory is a lot of people are saying, well, yeah, Biden was pretty much told, listen, because the census counts individuals and not citizens, understand that. Your local census taker, remember they come to the door and they say, how many people are in this home or in this domicile? They don't say, hi, I'm from the U.S. Census. Here's my ID. You didn't send your census thing back. We're just asking you how many people are here. They don't say how many legal U.S. citizens are here. So to Bob's question, why do a lot of blue states do this? Because it's an agreement they have to maintain raw numbers of people because they know New York is losing people, Connecticut's losing people, Massachusetts losing people, although to a lesser extent for Massachusetts, Illinois, whatever. And understand, it's not like moving south changes your party registration. No, people mainly move south for, the weather or location of their kids, but largely it's money. So Bob brought up a very good question here because people ask me this all the time. What's the divide here? I don't get it. Why do blue states like Connecticut handle this one way and red states like, Texas, Florida handle it another way? Well, the blue states are trying to maintain their numbers because they know if their numbers dwindle, because the census counts individuals, persons, not citizens, back to the colonial days, as it was laid out by the founders, blue states are going to lose. New York's already going to lose a couple of seats after the 2030 census in 2031 when all the realignment comes. Illinois is going to lose seats. Florida's going to gain 4 or 5 more. Texas is going to gain 4 or 5 more. So you sit there and you say, man, if it's tough for the Democrats to win an election now, can you imagine a diluted? I mean, remember, the distribution of seats in the House is correspondent to what? The electoral college. So the long answer to Bob's short question was it's trying to counterbalance what inevitably is going to happen by population trends. And listen, the other part of this is it's unscrupulous employers. And yeah, I'm talking to you out there. Even if you're a card-carrying, rocked-ribbed Republican, if you're as conservative as it is, and you talk MAGA and this and the other, and if you hire illegals, I'm sorry, you're full of crap. I don't care what you say, who your allegiance is to, because a lot of this falls right in the laps, and I've said this for years. I've tried to be as consistent on this as possible. A big part of this problem is our employers. And I get it. Your labor is a bottom line issue. I get it. I understand it. But come on. Really? Just for cheap labor? Mind-boggling. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. So listen, don't be surprised. I wanted to open with this today because I want to prime you folks, priming the pump here. Don't be surprised when you start to hear Chris Murphy and Dick Blumenthal, when you hear their heads start to explode, and Jim Himes and John Larson and Rosa DeLauro and Johanna Hayes and Submarine Joe Courtney out there in the eastern part of the state. Go get him, Joe. 2.5 subs a year. We get you. But, well, that's the thing. Courtney never says anything. So he's good. He gets the subs and he zips it, which is good. But don't be surprised if you hear them say, oh, my God, the feds are cutting money. Well, you're not helping out immigration for enforcement. You're just not. You can't pick and choose. You got to tell the majority in Hartford, you don't get to pick and choose. And again, I have dear friends who are progressives and Democrats, but my God, the hypocrisy here. They'll pick away at any gun law they want to. Isn't that funny? Well, we don't like the Second Amendment, so we're gonna strengthen the gun laws. And is that, well, really? Don't you think that impedes on the Second Amendment? No, damn it, we're gonna have safety here in Connecticut. Okay. But on the flip side, they'll just ignore many parts of immigration law. You can't. It's so ridiculous. And it is so, what's the only word I can come up with? Non sequitur? It doesn't make any sense. The propensity of people, and both sides of the aisle do it, but the picking and choosing of, well, yeah, but wait a minute. Don't you think borders are border patrol and, border enforcement and stuff? Yeah, well, that's not our job. Okay, but it is your job to chip away at the Second Amendment then. Passing every magazine limit and passing every sales limit on guns. So you're okay at effing around with the Second Amendment, but you're hands off on immigration though, huh? Yeah. That's some good eating right there. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC on the midweek Wednesday, Connecticut Today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 20 and 19. Right lane is out. On the Parkway northbound, you have road work from new exit 5 to 13. Stay to the right to get through. On the southbound side, you have it from new exit 17 down to exit 10. Upper Merritt construction going into Black Rock Turnpike. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, you have it going through the tunnel just past exit 46. Right lane is out. Wilbur Cross on the northbound side, you have it from exit 51 going up to exit 58. 91 northbound, the road work starts at exit 15. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be a few showers or a thunderstorm with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and warmer with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, as always, we keep the Facebook questions of the day up. They never come down. I can scroll back to Facebook questions from 1974. They never come down. All right, I'm kidding. But what do you think of this? Governor Ned Lamont, who was supposed to represent the entire state of Connecticut, not just the between 53 and 55 and 60 and 63% of people that vote for him. The governor is rejecting a request or a demand from the Attorney General of the U.S., Pam Bondi, for more cooperation on immigration issues. Do you agree or not? Now, I'll respect you if you disagree or agree. But here's my question. Why do some states have no problem with allowing their police departments, their state police, and their local police, even in blue-leaning cities, to help immigration people get people out of here that shouldn't be here, while other states in Connecticut don't? And they say, well, we don't want any local police involvement. All right, so even when that happens, they're still not happy. Remember 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was some guy, a couple of illegals nabbed at the courthouse in Middletown, I think it was, Meriden or Middletown. And I checked off the boxes. I read that, and I said, well, they didn't, ICE didn't send out what was going on. They didn't have the local cops involved here, and they didn't do it in the dead of night. They didn't go to a school. They didn't go to a church. They didn't go to a hospital. They knew where some guy was going to be that they wanted again, and they got him. So why the whining? Why the complaining? Please explain to me, Lucy. I don't get it. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC as we continue right here.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hurricane Erin is a dangerous hurricane. Even though it won't make landfall, it's kicking up massive waves along North Carolina's Outer Banks. Emergency Director William Ray.
Hurricane Erin is already creating extremely dangerous and life-threatening rip currents for all of the North Carolina coast that will linger through the week. We've seen a high number of rescues along the coast, and you should avoid swimming anywhere on the North Carolina coast right now.
In Texas, where a vote is to happen on redrawing congressional maps, there is also testimony today from parents of children who were killed in the July 4th flooding. Reporter Eric Bushman has that.
Senate Bill 1 would require safety standards for camps in or near flood zones in Texas. Clark Baker lost his daughter Mary Grace in the flooding and says the bill's requirements should have already been in place.
Camps, especially those in areas prone to flash floods, should have adequate warning systems and not build cabins in dangerous floodplains.
More than 20 campers at Camp Mystic lost their lives in the flooding. Over 130 people in total were killed in flooding in Central Texas.
In California, the weather story is extreme heat. John Baird reports.
There are concerns about elevated wildfire danger and about people suffering from heat stroke. Some LA residents will no doubt head to the beach and cool off in the surf. Other people say they'll skip the beach, pull down the blinds, crank up the air conditioning, and ride things out at home.
Gonna be a scorcher.
John Baird for CBS News, Manhattan Beach.
The peak of the heat wave will hit Arizona on Thursday and Friday. Temperatures there could reach 110 degrees. There was a virtual meeting today between NATO officials to discuss providing security to Ukraine if a deal is reached with Russia. Correspondent Nancy Cordes has more.
What they are trying to do is hammer out in very short order a plan to provide security guarantees for Ukraine once the war is over. What does that look like? Are there troops on the ground? Is there air cover that would be provided? How would they help Ukraine build back up its military?
Russia said today attempts to resolve the security issues without Moscow's participation are a road to nowhere. Israel has given final approval for a controversial settlement project that would effectively cut the occupied West Bank in two. It has also entered the first stages of its planned assault on Gaza City. Tens of thousands of reservists have been called up. On Wall Street today, stocks are lower. The Nasdaq is down for the second day. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport Public Schools and the Connecticut State Department of Education have come to an agreement on school bus services. After considering bus passes, the department's technical assistance team worked with the district's transportation company to restructure the previous contract to reduce costs while maintaining its services. Officials say this change will restore and streamline routines have been cut due to budget reductions. Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery says this agreement reduces barriers and ensures they are in a classroom every day, ready to learn. The Norwalk Police Department and Mayor Harry Rilling introduced a new canine to the force this morning. 1-year-old Chance was donated by Maxine and Kenneth Mayoko of Fairfield. Chance completed the Certified Law Enforcement Supporting Canine class, and the canine will be seen at town and department events to bring well-being for all. The Fairfield Nationals can advance to the Little League World Series U.S. Championship game with a win today over a team from Las Vegas. Fairfield is undefeated in 3 games of the tournament, most recently thumping South Dakota 13-1 on Monday. Team manager Brian Palazzolo spoke about the positive energy that the team brings to the field.
It is absolutely wild what's going on. We are 3-0 in Williamsport. We do have a big game coming up against Mountain Region, but I couldn't be prouder of our boys. We executed plays and practice that we do every single day.
Today's game is starting now on ESPN. If Fairfield loses today, they will have to play an elimination game in the loser's bracket tomorrow. A man who died in a fire at a homeless encampment in Milford has been identified as 57-year-old Joseph Kane. Police say the fire was reported after noon on Friday in the woods behind the Lowe's store on Old Gate Lane. Another person and a firefighter were also injured by the fire. Police say a criminal investigation into the fire is ongoing and that no charges have been filed at this time. I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident reported just past Route 7. 95 north overall, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway really isn't much help. On the Wilbur Cross southbound accident, new exit 53 in North Haven as things backing up towards Wallingford. Route 8 northbound, an accident at exit 21. Falls. Traffic report powered by Spectre Furniture. Stay cool and get comfortable with Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, trusted for 135 years, bringing you comfort and style. Visit SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Nash Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday sunny and milder with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Another round of a spotlight on what's called the Trust Act in Connecticut. And now this is in the spotlight of the Federal Justice Department. Pam Bondi, the current Attorney General of the U.S. in the Trump White House. And they are, pointing a finger at Connecticut saying, hey, we've had an ICE operation up and running for the past several weeks, and it's been picked up by a lot of outlets. ICE arrests 65 illegal aliens in a sanctuary state operation targeting transnational organized crime in Connecticut. Now, had an interesting text sent to me. Let me just make sure I read this correctly. Want to make sure Paul didn't want to screw up. Hi, Paul. Are you saying that the Connecticut police cannot arrest a person who has committed a criminal act, even if they're an immigrant? That there are known criminals here in Connecticut that we cannot arrest and hold accountable for the crimes committed here? I'm confused. What's missing from this picture? All right, and that person, thank you for texting in about 30 minutes ago. By the way, you can text us at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. So let's highlight what the Trust Act is. Because, again, unless you have scenarios like this, all right, a lot of people are confused. And they sit there and they say, well wait a minute. What is going on here? Well, Connecticut has this thing called the Trust Act. And the Trust Act was actually strengthened a couple of months ago, I think, in the last General Assembly session. And what the Trust Act actually does is it puts up kind of this legal wall, if you will, between local law enforcement and immigration policy. So what the intent of the Trust Act, they said originally was to not have local police be able to detain somebody solely on their immigration status. The argument was, well, these are police, they're not federal law enforcement. And okay, from a legal point of view, I can kind of understand that, okay? And you and I would say, well, okay, what's the problem with that? Well, the problem is actually beyond that. And the way the Trust Act is interpreted for this person who asked me that question, and I'm glad you did because it is germane to some of these situations. Let me give you an example, and on the next break I will pull up that exact case because it was mind-boggling. There was a gentleman, for example, who served some time in a Connecticut prison. This happened, I think, last year. He was let go. He served out a shorter sentence. And he was let go, and the date that he was going to be released was known by local officials here in Connecticut, local police, state police, whatever, the Department of Corrections, the Department of Prisons, whatever. And they would not honor what's called an ICE detainer. So ICE calls the state police or ICE calls the local police and saying, hey, we're looking at the database here, Connecticut, whatever, and we see this guy is going to be released, okay? Can you hold him for us? In other words, even though his sentence is done, okay, can you hold that person because we have to get there, go through some paperwork, and get the person and get him or her the hell out of the country. The Trust Act in Connecticut does not allow that. In fact, the Trust Act in Connecticut would not allow, for example, a local police department to tell ICE or the feds, hey, there's a criminal operation of some import being run by illegals. Here's where they are. So, yes, technically those illegals are, or undocumented, whatever, are housed in correctional facilities here in the state when necessary, but but that's where it has to stop. So when you hear, to this person who texted me and other people, when you hear that Connecticut, what's another blue state, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New York, when you hear that certain state or certain city or town did not honor an ICE detainer request, that's basically that blue state, that blue city, that blue town telling the federal government to go screw. We know this guy's a bad guy, but his prison sentence is done. And what they do, folks, is they actually release these people back into the community. They are so hell-bent on not upsetting what they love to call now the, immigration advocates. I mean, we know what they are. These aren't advocating for, legal immigrants here. They're not. So what they will do is they're so hell-bent against this, they will basically release dangerous people onto the streets. It happened the other day in Rhode Island. You had an illegal who was facing numerous child sex charges, and the local jail in Rhode Island wouldn't hold the guy. And his lawyer says, well, he's innocent until proven guilty. And ICE is saying, no, this is a bad dude. We got to get him out of the country because we can't afford the chance that he may wriggle out of these charges and go back and offend again. So again, it is mind-numbing. And again, if the now I don't know how much Pam Bondi wants to play hardball on this, who knows? But if she wants to play hardball on this, and if Trump says turn the screws on Connecticut, I don't give a crap because I didn't win Connecticut, which he probably would do, knowing him, they're going to base it on this Trust Act, and they're going to argue, and William Tong is going to appeal to every judge on planet Earth, and the DOJ lawyers are going to say the Trust Act in Connecticut puts people in harm's way. So that's the deal. George and Milford, hang on. We'll be right to you after we do this. Coming back on WICC.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Fish On, announcing the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. Now in its 43rd year. Fish Long Island Sound August 23rd and 24th. Land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win and fish for fun. Just pick up a registration form at the Surfside Hotel in Stratford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to Connecticut Boating Certificates and Fine Fettle. The Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation, and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at connecticutmade.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound accident reported just past Route 7 on 95 north overall, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway. Really isn't much help. On the Wilbur Cross southbound accident, new exit 53 in North Haven, as things backing up towards Wallingford. Route 8 northbound, an accident at exit 21 Falls. Traffic report powered by Spectre Furniture. Stay cool and get comfortable with Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, trusted for 135 years, bringing you comfort and style. Visit SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be a few showers or a thunderstorm with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and warmer with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Connecticut comes for live and local talk. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
All right, I found the I found the ICE information sheet on a guy that, when you hear this, I'm going to do this in just a couple of seconds. Hang out. This is egregious. One of my favorite words. I learned that from a teacher. It's egregious. It's awful. This is the psychosis that we've adopted here in Connecticut when it comes to migrant. And I don't have anything against letting somebody who wants a better life come to this country legally, or even if they don't have the money, they have to do it, over the bar. I get that. But when we become so warped that we coddle criminals and we put up a wall between the state police, the local police, and somebody just because they're not of this country, it's mind-numbing. I'll read you the details of that straight ahead. Stay with us here. George in Milford joins us. Hello, George. How are you?
Not bad yourself.
George, I'm enjoying the day. What's up, sir?
The first word you said was illegal.
Yeah.
The second one was about criminals.
Yeah.
Doesn't that tell you anything? What I would do is I would post the name of every legislator that signed and voted for this, because they all have to vote on this. Put it out there. Let their neighbors know what kind of people are living right next door to them. All right? And I hope to God that one of these rapists gets somebody in their family. It seems like a bad thing to say, but I think it's like a bad thing to say, but they're not worried about your family. They're worried about votes.
Well, look, George.
And
but George, here's the thing. George, here's the thing. Here's the thing. And George, thank you for the call. I have to go. Here's the thing. Those voting records are out there. People can find and I understand George was very emotional. I get it. But here's the problem. People can find this stuff. Some very, very intelligent people I know. When I tell them, hey, so-and-so legislator voted for this, well, I don't care. I will never vote for a Republican. I actually know people like that. I do. Well, I said, but don't you understand that the law is potentially dangerous? Yeah, I know, but I can't vote for a Republican. And I'm not hearing that from people I know who never graduated high school. I know people like that with advanced degrees. who would rather go soft on criminals and soft on terrorism and soft on international terrorists and soft on foreign students who want to come here and not learn but harass Jews, harass women, and forward some warped ideology on college campuses. They would vote for those people in a heartbeat rather than vote for somebody else. It's just the way it is. George, thank you. I know you're upset, but, well, can I tell you, man? This isn't 1970 anymore. You can, if you had, never mind a PC, if you have a phone, all you have to do is do this, Connecticut Trust Act 2025, because it was changed again this year. Just put in Connecticut Trust Act, roll call vote, House or Senate. It's easy to find. Leonardo in Stratford. Leonardo, how are you, sir?
Hey, Paolo.
Leonardo, come sta? Uffa.
Hey, Pacelli.
Yeah.
They say Pacelli. Your name is Pacelli.
Well, Leonardo, if ever I get to the old company, I'll say, Paolo Pacelli. How's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
I just called because I heard you in Connecticut. It's in Sanctuary City. The attorney here, Connecticut attorney, I heard at WICC.
Yeah.
He says, we don't like the policy of Trump policy. We got to protect our citizen. Who's a citizen?
Well, thank you. Right?
Who's a citizen? They're illegal, criminal, left, the socialists. That's what they do. They protect the criminal. Never mind the illegal, but the criminal. And now Lamont, the governor, yesterday said, "No, we're not a sanctuary city." Yeah, when they start to push you, then you turn around. They're a bunch of liars.
Well,
even at the three clowns over there that we got, a senator and everything, they never say nothing. They do something else, but not. They're for the clowns anyway.
That's a lot of circus clowns, Leonardo. You got going there.
Because they talked about somebody. Look at the one, the Guatemala woman. The father came here in the United States, illegal, and then she born here. She elected official, and she goes over there and speaks Spanish. Guatemala first, America second.
Yeah, well, Leonardo, thank you, my friend. Start the one, okay?
Okay, start the one.
All right, yeah. He's not a big fan of the clowns. I love that. Man. All right. Coming back, we'll do news and traffic and weather together. A couple of minutes here with Isabella. I will give you the details of how. I'm just going to cite one case for the people who are a little like, I hear about this Trust Act all the time and this and the other. And again, there are certain people you treat differently than others. All right, if an illegal is caught stealing candy bars or caught, I don't know, taking a case of formula for their kids, all right, maybe we deal with that a little differently. But there are aspects of this Trust Act and aspects of just, honest to God, just common sense that have seemed to escape people. This case, I'm going to tell you about a case that happened a few weeks back, a couple of months back, actually, middle of January, 2025 this year. And to give you the appetizer on this, before we go to our break, to give you the appetizer, here's the headline. Here's the headline. I'll leave you with this and we'll come back. Here's the headline. ICE Boston arrests a twice convicted sex offender in Connecticut after the Connecticut Department of Corrections ignores an immigration detainer. I'll read it again because I know you're going, what? Did he just say? ICE Boston arrests a twice convicted sex offender in Connecticut after the Connecticut State Department of Corrections ignores an immigration detainer. So you had ICE saying, hey, we know you're releasing this guy. Do us a favor. Hold on to him, and please don't release him into the community because we've got to get this guy out of here. He's a bad hombre. And guess what didn't happen? News coming up, traffic and weather together, a whole lot more. It's Paul right here on Connecticut Today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound accident reported just past Route 7. 95 north overall, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway really isn't much help. On the Wilbur Cross southbound accident, new exit 53 in North Haven. As things backing up towards Wallingford. Route 8 northbound, an accident at exit 21 Beacon Falls. Traffic report powered by Spectre Furniture. Stay cool and get comfortable with Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, trusted for 135 years, bringing you comfort and style. Visit SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
DC politicians want to enact harmful credit card mandates that could take away your cash back and rewards points. Perks that stretch your budget and make life a little easier. Losing these benefits means less money for your family's everyday essentials like gas and groceries. The perks you rely on could disappear, leaving you with higher costs and fewer options. Tell Congress to guard your card and oppose the Durbin-Marshall credit card mandates.
Paid for by Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 5th, when the Yankees host the Toronto Blue Jays, and be ready to receive the Yankees promotional giveaway. It's Austin Wells football jersey night. The first 18,000 guests will receive an Austin Wells football jersey, presented by Bank of America. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Blue Jays for Austin Wells football jersey night on Friday, September 5th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Serving my country required sacrifice. Sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day, the day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post-9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A huge and powerful Hurricane Erin is whipping up dangerous waves off the coast of North Carolina. Governor Josh Stein.
Right now, I want to emphasize the importance of taking this storm seriously because it's a serious storm. And conditions can deteriorate quickly.
And those conditions could last through tomorrow. At the Texas State House, the vote on redrawing congressional maps will go to a vote soon, and CBS's Omar Villafranca is following.
President Trump has pushed for the redistricting to help build a more favorable political landscape in next year's midterms. Republicans are expected to approve the new maps, while Democrats here say they're going to challenge this in court.
Extreme heat is zeroing in on the western U.S. Meteorologist David Parkinson.
Extreme heat warnings in effect for a whole lot of the L.A. metro area. That'll be their hottest temperature likely this entire summer. We also have heat alerts in portions of southern Nevada and Arizona.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport Public Schools and the Connecticut State Department of Education have come to an agreement on bus services. After considering bus passes for students, the department's technical assistance team worked with the district's transportation company to restructure the previous contract to reduce costs while maintaining its services. Officials also say this change will restore routes that have been cut due to the budget. Superintendent Royce Avery says this agreement reduces barriers and ensures they are in the classroom every day, ready to learn. The funeral for 6-year-old Jose Martinez, who fell into the water at the Birdseye Boat Ramp in Stratford, will take place this Friday, August 22nd. The boy's mother, Magdalene Smith, spoke on what kind of child he was.
My son, he was a really good kid. He had very bright energy, and he had a wonderful smile. His smile could light up the whole room and everybody in it. He did not deserve to go like this. He didn't deserve to go at all. He had his whole life ahead of him.
Martinez's funeral will start at 10 a.m. at the East End Tabernacle Church in Bridgeport. A hit-and-run car crash into a tree and caught on fire. It happened after midnight last night on the Merritt Parkway in Trumbull. Firefighters and state police responded to the scene. According to officials, driver Sebastian Rodriguez later returned in a different vehicle. Rodriguez received a ticket for failing to renew his registration. Also for Trumbull, the police department say 5 teams have been charged after crashing a stolen vehicle, then fleeing the scene. The Trumbull police say the incident happened early Sunday morning when the 5 teens crashed into a stolen car into a tree in the area of Main Street and Broadway Road. The teens fled the scene by foot, but were located and apprehended a short time later. It is believed the stolen car was involved in a breaking into area cars. I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident reported just past Route 7 on 95 north overall, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway. Really isn't much help. On the Wilbur Cross southbound accident, new exit 53 in North Haven as things backing up towards Wallingford. Route 8 northbound, an accident at exit 21 Beacon Falls. Traffic report powered by Spectre Furniture. Stay cool and get comfortable with Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, trusted for 135 years, bringing you comfort and style. Visit SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be a few showers or a thunderstorm with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and warmer with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, coming up in just a bit, by the way, let me say less than 10 minutes, we'll be talking to an expert on her thoughts regarding this push by the Trump White House to try and bring the Ukraine war with Russia, I should say, after the Russia invasion, to an end here. We'll talk to Beth Noble in just a bit. She, of course, a former Moscow bureau chief for CBS News. All right, here's the story I want to tell you about. And to a lot of people saying, well, how bad can this Trust Act be? And again, I urge you, as I tell everybody who's ever listened to me on these programs, I've been doing talks since 1992. Yeah. So I've been doing talk, 18 years and 18 and 25, so 43, 18, no, 8, what am I saying? 33 years. God almighty, Paul. Getting old. So I've been doing talk radio for the better part, on and off, sometimes full-time, sometimes filling in, whatever, for the better part of 33 years. And I tell people, hey, I read you this stuff, I look this stuff up, but I always tell you, do your own research. Don't believe anything just because I say it. Okay. So you may say, geez, Paul and all the other hosts in the state and Melissa and Lisa, they're always talking about this Trust Act. What is it? Well, let me give you an example of how the Trust Act doesn't make us safer. It makes us the complete opposite. And the only reason the Trust Act was put in was as a firewall to keep the psychos on the left part of the Democratic Party calm and away from the governor's office. Figuratively, of course. All right, this is from ICE, the ICE Boston office, dated the 14th of January, 2025. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement's Removal Operations Division, in other words, ICE's ERO. When you hear ERO, that is the part of ICE that actually goes out and gets rid of these dirtbags. ICE arrested Sanjay Sivane Walsh, a Jamaican national convicted of sexually assaulting 2 children and then tampering with evidence on December the 17th. The 28-year-old served a 21-month sentence at the Willard Cebulski prison in Enfield. The prison declined to honor an ICE detainer against him and released him to the public. I will read that again for you. ICE arrested Sanjay Sivan Walsh, a Jamaican national, not a U.S. citizen, convicted of sexually assaulting 2 children and tampering with evidence. He had served a 21-month sentence at Enfield's Willard Cebulski Jail. The jail declined to honor an ICE detainer against him, and they released him to the public. ICE official Patricia Hyde said, quote, Mr. Walsh was convicted of committing unspeakable crimes against 2 children, and he was sentenced to prison for it. ERO Boston lodged an immigration detainer against him so our officers could safely arrest him upon his release. But the Connecticut Department of Corrections refused to honor our detainer. Our officers had to arrest Mr. Walsh in the community after his release from prison, even though he was convicted of terrible crimes against children and is removable from the U.S. based on his convictions. The state of Connecticut Superior Court convicted him of 2 counts of second-degree sexual assault and conspiracy to tamper with evidence on the 14th of June, 2023. They sentenced him to 10 years in prison, suspending all but the year and 9 months he had already served. The court also requiring Walsh to register as a sex offender for 10 years following his release. So understand what went on here, folks. You had a guy who was convicted on sex charges, right? You have a guy who served, albeit a small amount of the time. And you have the federal government. You have ICE. You have ICE saying, hey, could you just hold this guy? We know his sentence is up. Can you just hold this guy so we can come back and get rid of him? But the state of Connecticut, with full impunity, the state of Connecticut decides, no, we're not going to do that. Sorry, no go. We're just not going to do that. So not only did they not hold the guy, folks, they released him into the community to where ICE, and you wonder why people say, oh, ICE was around Danbury, ICE was around Naugatuck, ICE was around Norwalk, ICE was around Stamford. Well, a lot of times they're trying to get people that the local police either A, won't go after, or B, know they're bad people, but they're released into the community. What kind of lunacy? What kind of absolute lunacy is this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's nuts. It's crazy. So again, when you hear our local police and our local officials say, well, we don't want to put the full force of the federal government on immigrants and migrants who might just be working hard and they did something they wouldn't do again. No. This extends, and I read the ICE release right here. This extends to guys and gals convicted of sex crimes. Think about that. ICE says, hey, please hold this person. We got to get them out of the country. And at least in this instance, the state of Connecticut basically told the feds and told ICE, they said, hey, go screw. That's basically what they said. You see that sand over there? Go pound it. It folks, is frightening. It is absolutely frightening. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But again, don't take anything I say as gospel. Don't make me change your thinking. I'm just putting stuff out there. It is mind-numbing that this happens. And again, I urge you, do your research. When you get some time this weekend, maybe Saturday, Sunday, or maybe tonight after the kids go to bed or whatever, sit down with a cup of coffee or a beer or something and look up the Trust Act in Connecticut. All right, do a little business here, traffic and weather together as we come up on Juan in West Haven. Hang on, we'll be to you after we do a little something here on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Friday, August 22nd, see Train at Mohegan Sun Arena. Also Friday, August 22nd, John Oates at Levitt Pavilion. Saturday, August 23rd, the band Perry at Richfield Playhouse. Sunday, August 24th, OAR plays Mohegan Sun Arena. Tuesday, August 26th, Bonnie Raitt at Mohegan Sun. Friday, August 26th, James Taylor at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Saturday, August 30th, Extreme on the Mohegan Sun patio. Tuesday, September 2nd, it's UB40 at Ridgefield Playhouse. Saturday, September 6th, see Sheryl Crow at Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Tuesday, September 9th, Haim at Westville Music Bowl. Sunday, September 14th, Lindsey Sterling at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Friday, September 19th, Conan Gray at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can make me feel like a spectator in my own life.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine preventive treatment.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield and Bridgeport. A couple breaks along the way through. The upper Merritt is at least slightly easier. 95 southbound, jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, an accident at the 91 merge in Meriden has things backed up in the Wallingford southbound side, crawling through Hamden down to the tunnel. And on Route 8 northbound, accident remains exit 21 in Beacon Falls. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen on Alexa.
And you'll never miss a moment.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll get back to open phones momentarily. Juan in West Haven, hang on. We'll be right with you at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right, everybody wondering, a lot of people even around here at the radio station, maybe around dinner tables, hey, is Trump doing the right thing or the wrong thing with Russia and Ukraine? Who's zooming who here? Can you stop Putin? Another aspect on this, welcoming right now to the program for a couple of minutes here, former CBS News Moscow Bureau Chief and Fordham University Professor Beth Noble with us. Professor, it's Paul here in Connecticut. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. I spent a lot of time in around East Haven, so it's really great to speak with you.
Wow, I have family in East Haven. All right, so there you go. We've melded on some level, Professor. That's great. Listen, Professor, let's get down to brass tacks here. Is there any way, any smidgen of a reason to trust Vladimir Putin here or not?
Wow, you just jump into it, don't you, Paul? No. You know what? There's really is no reason to trust Vladimir Putin. Just, I just got to say it. I spent 14 years living in Russia. I've been in and out of Russia for about 35 years now, a long time.
Wow.
And, I've thought about this a lot, and there's just not a lot of reason to trust him. He has a lot of reasons to keep this war going. He has consolidated power during the last 3.5 years about making Russians rally around the flag. It's really hard to oppose your president when a war is going on. And he's really done an amazing job of stifling dissent and getting the economy behind this war. So I think President Trump, it's great that he's trying to bring peace. He's right. Well, we should all do what we can to stop the killing there. But you gotta take everything Putin says with a whole shaker of salt.
Is this, Professor? I said yesterday, I suggested we may be on the precipice here of the Cold War 2.0, something that we all thought was done a decade and change ago. Are we looking at a new scenario with this here? Because I don't see he's going to stop. What's the deal here?
Well, Putin has never engaged in a military conflict directly with NATO. And so there are a lot of countries nearby now, like the Baltic nations, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, that were part of the Soviet Union and are now part of NATO. And they are very freaked out, honestly, about the idea that Putin could engage with them. But if you look at where he has engaged, it has not been members of NATO. It has been places like Ukraine and Georgia that aren't in NATO, much as they might like to be. So, it depends how you decide, how you call a Cold War. Lots of people have been saying we're kind of back in a Cold War for quite a while now.
Yeah.
On the other hand, at least we're, the U.S. and Russia are speaking now for the first time. That was the first time that the presidents had met in about 4 years. So you actually could say that this is, the warmest that U.S.-Russian relations have been in quite a while.
Professor, finally, I know people bristle when this is suggested to them, especially my friends of Ukrainian descent, and my son and his mom have friends over there through some exchange programs they've done. Is Ukraine going to have to give up land here in some sort of an effort to get Putin to stop or not?
Well, I wish I had a crystal ball to see the future. I just feel, as an outside observer, like they will have to give up some land. And in a way, you hope that there's middle ground here, which is that, maybe Russia keeps what it has. Maybe it even gives a little bit back. But the idea that Ukraine is going to get all of its territory back, just unfortunately, it just doesn't seem realistic to me.
Former CBS News Moscow bureau chief, Fordham University professor Beth Noble, who also spoke longingly about East Haven. Professor, thank you. We appreciate the time. Good to chat with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. All right, see, there you go. And that's something that a lot of people don't like to hear. And I was taken to task on social media by friends of mine who are on the other side of the aisle. I say, Putin's he's just not going to stop until he gets something. And I have friends yelling at me last night, oh, yes, we don't have to give him. Well, we don't have to give him, but he ain't going to stop. Please. Stop with the Trump derangement syndrome. Take your blinders off. He's not going to stop. The team in a war, the side that's ahead doesn't stop unless it gets something. So thank you to former Fordham University professor Beth Noble, former CBS News Moscow bureau chief. All right, Juan in West Haven has been holding on patiently. Juan, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, Paul. I'm doing well. What's going on?
Juan, I'm living it. It's National Radio Day today, Juan. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that, Paul.
So we're all here at Connoisseur drinking heavily. No, I'm kidding. It's just a joke. Just a joke, boss. Just a joke.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't drink, so you can have as much as you want.
Oh,
pal.
you'd never fit in radio. Let me tell you. No, I'm kidding, Juan. That's...
So the reason I called is you're talking about ICE, right? And the detainers that the sanctuary policies protect these criminals.
Yeah.
I truly don't understand. Now, the Democrat Party, for some reason, has decided to somehow embrace the criminals, right, and ignore the public. Right? The safety of the public. Because that's exactly what it is. Right?
Juan, this thing I read about this guy, in January, here's a guy who was being released, right, after doing time for sex crimes with kids. And all I said was, just hold on to him. We're coming to get
than the average Joe in America today. And it's beyond comprehension to me. Right? Because if I have a criminal in my hands, I will definitely hold that person until, whether he's going to be deported or not, it doesn't really matter, right? A criminal is always going to be a criminal.
Yep.
And the fact that these guys just, it's all right. They'll capture him in the community. No problem. It's just crazy, but I digress. Thank you very much for letting me know yours.
Juan, thank you. Appreciate it. It was good to hear from Juan in West Haven. Yeah, look, and they tweaked they meaning the General Assembly or the Democratic members of the General Assembly, because the GOP, I think, voted unanimously no in the State House or State Senate. But the Trust Act was first passed in the Dan Malloy years. They found time to do that between the time that Dan Malloy was lying about the budget a few times, but I digress. So between lying about the budget in the Malloy years, they passed the Trust Act in 2013. They tweaked it again in 2019, and they tweaked it again earlier this year. So all you have to do is go and sit down at your favorite browser and look up Connecticut Trust, Trust Act. And again, the line that we get, and until I see stuff proven to me, I consider it, well, it's a line. You're giving me a line. It's a comedic line. All right, local police say, well, if we come down hard on some migrants, whatever, they'll stop cooperating with us, telling us who the bad people are in the neighborhood. Well, okay, but then you have to come out and make me believe that. Police Chief X or Officer Y or Inspector Z. In other words, all right, you say that, it sounds good. So just tell me, don't give me names. You don't have to give me names. Don't even give me a specific case. You can come out and say, the Norwalk Police Department wants to thank concerned migrant citizens who recently came to us despite their immigration status to inform us of a major drug operation going on in the city. And we think, all right, but now I know what the cops are going to say. Well, we can't really do that because then they'll figure out who ratted them out. Well, you got, please prove it, because I've seen no proof of this. Now, maybe it's out there, and please, if it is, do me a favor I always ask of you to do is let me know that I screwed up. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But folks, it makes, here's the thing. Some things on immigration, I'm always open to having my mind changed about. All right, yeah, I thought that a couple of years ago, but you know what? I can change my mind. If you never change your mind on anything, then your mind isn't functioning. Right? It's like a car. Oh, the car runs great, but you got to do maintenance on it. Got to put in new spark plugs. Got to clean the fuel injectors. Got to change your filters. Change your timing belt. The engine is still there, but you're doing maintenance. So when you do maintenance on how you feel about things, you're maintaining your brain. But you say, okay, I used to think that, and I've evolved on some issues. But come on. Explain to me how letting a guy, like we talked about here out earlier, with sex crime convictions, and how the state says, no, we're not going to cooperate with ICE? It's asinine. Doesn't make any sense. Traffic and weather together right here. News coming up on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield and Bridgeport. The couple breaks along the way through the upper Merritt is at least slightly easier. 95 southbound, jamming through Long Wharf to West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, an accident at the 91 merging Meriden has things backed up into Wallingford. Southbound side crawling through Hampton down to the tunnel. And on Route 8 northbound, accident remains exit 21 in Beacon Falls. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be a few showers or a thunderstorm with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and warmer with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, lots of stuff coming up. Our buddy, our pal, who's written a column. Well, every one of his columns is great, but our buddy, our pal, blogger, columnist extraordinaire, Chris Powell, is going to join us for his monthly check-in right here in just a few minutes. And, of course, a lot more to get to right here. Just a reminder, talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. And, yes, the email is always available up and running, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com on a Wednesday, Connecticut Today.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. North Carolina is bracing for what's to come from Hurricane Aaron. Emergency Director William Ray.
Extremely large, dangerous waves forecasted around 20 feet in height, along with storm surge of 2 to 4 feet on top of the surf, will likely impact the dunes along portions of the North Carolina coast.
CBS's Rob Marciano is in the Outer Banks.
The worst is coming here in the next 24 hours, but then the waves and the wind will be going up towards the northeast as we head towards Friday. It'll still be several days before we can get rid of this historic hurricane in the form of Hurricane Aaron.
The vote to draw the congressional map in Texas to open more GOP seats will come up soon at the State House, but emotions are still high. Reporter Jack Fink is there.
Democrats have sharply criticized these new maps, saying they violate the Voting Rights Act, they hurt black and brown communities. Republicans deny that and say they are following the law, but they're also based on political performance, which Republicans say the courts have allowed.
A federal judge has temporarily blocked Texas from requiring some public school districts to post the 10 Commandments in classrooms. Israel has begun the initial phase of its assault on Gaza City. Tens of thousands of reservists have been called up, as Rami Inocencio reports.
Today, our CBS News producer in Gaza, Marwan Al-Ghul, told us that Israel's military has already effectively encircled Gaza City. He said from the east, from the south and the north, that it's hit more neighborhoods neighborhoods in the past day, and that it has also dropped evacuation leaflets. He also tells us that people he's spoken with are not going to leave. That's despite the danger. He tells us that they are desperate, but they also don't have the ability, and they also don't have the place to which they can evacuate.
Israel has also given final approval for a controversial settlement project that would effectively cut the occupied West Bank in two. In Washington, a National Guard vehicle collided with a civilian car today near the Capitol, sending one person to the hospital. The Guard is assisting in the president's anti-crime effort. Hertz says its car sales unit is partnering with Amazon to sell pre-owned vehicles. Jason Brooks reports.
Starting today, Hertz says customers within 75 miles of Dallas, Houston, Los Angeles, and Seattle can browse Hertz vehicles on Amazon Auto, make the purchase online, and then pick up the vehicle at the Hertz location in one of those four cities. Shares in Hertz jumped on the announcement, while shares plummeted for used car dealers like CarMax and Carvana.
This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is rejecting the Trump administration's designation of Connecticut as the sanctuary state. Lamont responded to U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi's allegation by saying that the term sanctuary state has no legal meaning. Lamont also says Connecticut is in full compliance with federal immigration law, and any allegation the state is violating the law will be unfounded. He says the reality is that the tactics being used to mask ICE agents interfere with the state and local law enforcement. Also in politics, Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal is criticizing the free living arrangement of U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Blumenthal says that Noem is currently living for free in a military home usually reserved for the Coast Guard. Blumenthal says it's not unusual for cabinet members to live on military installations, but they normally pay rent. Blumenthal also says that the rent-free arrangement warrants further congressional scrutiny. A police investigation is underway after someone slashed tires in Ansonia's Mayor David Cassetti's car. Police say the incident happened either August 8th or 9th at Cassetti's home on High Acres Road. The $320 to replace the tires was covered by the town, and the vehicle is city-owned. On Tuesday, Mayor Cassetti offered an opinion on Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC as why he thinks this happened.
Could it be just some crank, or is there a political thing going on here? Anything about that?
It's very suspect. I have to tell you.
Yeah.
It's the silly season. All right, it's the silly season now with the election.
Yeah.
He says home surveillance cameras failed to capture whoever is responsible for the damage. Stop & Shop is closing its Wear Rooms in Norwalk and Windsor. Wear Rooms are used to store products to fill online pickup and delivery orders. The supermarket chain said the closures will have no impact on home delivery in the state. Most of the affected employees will be offered other jobs. I'm Isabella Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. New Haven, 91 south, you're on the brakes, exit 6 down through the MERS through Longworth, and that continues into West Haven. You're bunched up again in Milford as well. Wilbur Cross, southbound side, you're bunched up through Hampton down to the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, residual delays through Seymour and Beacon Falls from an earlier accident, and going into the 691 Virgin Vernon, residual delays on both 91 and Wilbur Cross from an earlier problem. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. That's Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 2 hours down. Oh, man, 2 big hours left here. Great to have you with us, as always, Monday through Friday, 2 to 6, 203-333. 9422-333 WICC. As I say in my show promos and my videos before, we're just trying to figure it out. That's what we do here on Connecticut Today. That's just, God, can we just figure it the you-know-what out? Oh, man, oh, man. Hey, good news, though, and Isabella had it in her news a little while ago. I should get into this just a little bit more before we talk to our buddy, our pal, for our monthly check-in with, of course, Chris Powell. But again, good news here. Now, it's been a pretty big story that the Bridgeport school system in the city were going to try and save something on the order of about $4.6 million by cutting back or moving the boundary, right, of the minimum distance that a school student in Bridgeport had to live to be eligible to be bused. And the idea was that the line was going to be moved back a half a mile. Now, in straight line distance, a half mile is not all that much. It's 2 laps around a running track. You see these running tracks, at colleges or high schools? Well, that's a quarter mile. 400 meters used to be 440 yards. Yeah, I'm an old guy. I used to run track meets, and it was yards, not meters. So 2 laps of that track is a quarter mile. The metric, half mile. 2 quarters or a half, Paul. Come on. Wake up. So that, believe it or not, just moving that line of demarcation back a half mile would have given about 2,300 Bridgeport school students, elementary school students and high school level students, one of the longest minimum walks to school in the country. Now, I know a lot of people are saying, well, let them walk. It's good for them. And it probably is, because kids are fatter and more out of shape than ever. But the idea is you've got another 2,300 students every morning to and every afternoon from school. Got to have more cops out there, shenanigans while kids are walking. Who knows? Well, good news here. We get a release earlier today from Mayor Joe Ganem's office. Bus service for the Bridgeport Public School students will be restored this fall. This following a negotiated transportation agreement led by the State Department of Education's team working with the district transportation company to restructure the previous contract to reduce costs while maintaining service. So how they did that, I don't know. Did they throw on a couple of extra years at the beginning of the contract, at the end of the contract? Did they adjust a mileage chart? I don't know. But to think that just moving this line by a half a mile would have saved over $4.5 million. So there you go. The 2,300 or more students that would have been affected by this are now not going to be, which is good. I know a lot of people called here, well, when I was walking to school back when, I walked through ice storms. Yeah, okay. And guess what? Personal injury lawyers didn't exist back then to a great point. All right, our buddy, our pal Chris Powell is standing by. We'll talk a little bit more about whether or not Connecticut is or isn't, or to some degree, maybe a sanctuary city or state. I'm so confused. Chris Powell next on WICC.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on The Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation, and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at ConnecticutMade.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. New Haven, 91 south, you're on the brakes, exit 6 down through the merge through Longworth, and that continues into West Haven. You're bunched up again in Milford as well. Wilbur Cross, southbound side, you're bunched up through Hampton down to the tunnel. Route 8 northbound through residual delays through Seymour and Beacon Falls from an earlier accident, and going into the 691 merge in Meriden, residual delays on both 91 and Wilbur Cross from an earlier problem. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. Avance Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be a few showers or a thunderstorm with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and warmer with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's got everything you need to know before you get home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It is always good to check in once a month or so with this gentleman's voice. He is one of these sane, maybe the only sane columnist in Connecticut. I don't know. I shouldn't upset my other friends in the print and online business. Chris Powell joins us, longtime newspaper guy, longtime columnist, opinion guy. Check out ChrisPowellColumn.com. ChrisPowellColumn.com. Talking about what else? Immigration here. Mr. Powell, good afternoon, sir. How are you today?
Well, the world keeps producing things to complain about, Paul, so I'm fine.
Hey, I get to do it, Chris. I got 4 hours to fill here, so it better. Chris, you're talking about immigration here and now. This kind of in the spotlight again with, the Trump White House and the Attorney General and Pam Bondi saying, hey, we're not real happy about what you folks in Connecticut do, so it may cost you some federal money. But you point out some just wonderful glaring inconsistencies here.
Yeah, the Attorney General wrote to, the Attorney General wrote to the governor, said, hey, you guys are a sanctuary state, and we're not going to let you get away with that. And the governor wrote back saying, no, there's, nothing about us that's a sanctuary state. And the Attorney General, William Tong, said, there's no legal term for sanctuary state. You don't know what it means. But the Attorney General had already said what it means. A sanctuary state is a state that has policies, laws, or regulations that impede enforcement of federal immigration laws. Well, that's what for Christ's sake, we got a specific state law that does that, called the Trust Act, that explicitly forbids police agencies from cooperating with the feds in most circumstances. I don't know how they can keep a straight face when they're denying that we're a sanctuary state. But the nice thing was that even last week, as the governor and the Attorney General were purporting not to know what a sanctuary state is, the mayor of New Haven, Justin Elliker, put out a press release proclaiming that New Haven is a sanctuary state. I happened to get the press release from Mayor Elliker's office.
Oh, wait, Chris, they must like you. You're on the mailing list now. Very nice.
No, anybody can get on the mailing list. That's the only reason I'm on it. But the New Haven mayor's office headlined the release, quote, Mayor Elliker applauds growing nationwide coalition of local governments challenging the Trump administration's attempt to defund welcoming and sanctuary jurisdictions.
Welcoming,
well, that's another term for sanctuary. I mean, you don't have to say sanctuary. You can say welcoming. Everybody knows what you mean. And the mayor's announcement had a sentence that read, "Sanctuary policies make us all safer and ensure communities are welcoming places for everyone." Well, okay, New Haven is proclaiming that it's a sanctuary city, even as the governor and the Attorney General are saying, "Oh no, we don't have any sanctuary policies." So, obviously they didn't get their story straight. But of course, we're a sanctuary state. We have a specific law passed to prevent cooperation with federal immigration authorities. I know the governor and the Attorney General will say that, well, we don't actually interfere with them. We just don't cooperate with them, and there's no federal law that says we have to help them, and that's true. But we know what they're trying to do. They're trying to nullify federal law. Back in 2007. New Haven created its Elm City resident ID card program, and I was there when that happened. I was involved in a Freedom of Information case about that ID card, and that ID card in New Haven was created precisely to help illegal immigrants facilitate their breaking immigration law by staying in Connecticut. The state government has replicated that by producing a special driver's license for illegal immigrants. Now you can say that the Trust Act doesn't have us impeding immigration enforcement. It just says we don't cooperate where we don't have to cooperate. But the creation of the state driver's license specifically for illegal immigrants, people who could not get proper documentation for an ordinary driver's license, that is making state government an active knowing accomplice to illegal immigration in Connecticut, just like the New Haven, the Elm City ID card. So it's not just our saying we we don't cooperate. We are active accomplices here in Connecticut at the state level and in New Haven. We're active knowing accomplices to illegal immigration. We are officially facilitating it. And that's really what the federal government should pick up on.
Chris, I had a very emotional a caller earlier in the show. Knowing you were going to be on, I went over a couple of things. There was a story today where I said, hey, we made about 65 or 70 arrests in Connecticut. It's on a bunch of outlets there over the past few weeks, and a lot of this is because of the Trust Act. And I had a very nice gentleman call up and say, the names of people who vote for this stuff, it should be posted for all people to see. And I told him very nicely, well, yeah, they are posted. You can go on, Chris. You and I both know this. This isn't 1975 anymore. Ella Grasso is not around anymore. God rest her soul. You can go and pull up the voting, the vote totals and roll call of any one of these bills in Hartford right now, and people can do it. So either they don't care, Chris, or they see it and go, yeah, okay, whatever. I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah, well, look, the Democrats in Connecticut almost unanimously are in favor of obstructing immigration law because this really is a Democratic scheme to increase the number of Democratic congressional districts. Yep. The illegal immigrants can't legally vote, but they must be counted in the census. And since they concentrate in Democratic areas, Democratic districts, then the Democratic number of Democratic districts will be increased at the expense of all non-Democratic districts. That is the purpose, or was the purpose, of the open borders during the Biden administration. It was to get so many extra people into Democratic districts in the country, so that the Democrats would have a permanent majority in the House of Representatives. That was the idea. And now we've got 10 million or more illegal immigrants in the country, and deporting them with a modicum of due process is going to be virtually impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump himself said that with our current resources in immigration courts and hearing officers, it would take 200 years.
Yeah. Chris, and finally, in about the 2 minutes we have left, I've been asking so many people about this and getting so many different answers. Save it that we don't need a detailed international affairs discussion about this, but it is fascinating here watching Trump ostensibly with an honest distaste for war, trying to end this whole thing between Russia and Ukraine, knowing probably that Russia is either bluffing or doesn't want to give anything up. And you've been covering stuff like this for years and years and decades. What are your thoughts on this as we sit back and watch this? Is this just all theater, or are we at a monumental point here in history where things could go a lot worse?
Well, I admire what Trump is trying to do on this point, and it's because I know that the United States provoked the war between Russia and Ukraine by moving NATO east from after the German unification in 1990. We gave oral assurances to the transitioning Russian government that if they consented to the reunification of Germany and withdrew their troops from Eastern Germany and Eastern Europe, we would not move NATO past Germany toward Russia. And what did we do? We brought the Baltic states into NATO and Poland, and now we were trying to get Ukraine into NATO. We helped overthrow the pro-Russian government of Ukraine. And Putin kept telling us, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. And, we kept pushing Ukraine toward NATO. And that's why Putin invaded Ukraine, is because we wouldn't stop. You talk about you can't trust Putin. Who can trust the United States? People forget that we invaded Cuba back in 1961 because we have something called the Monroe Doctrine. This doctrine says we're not going to let any other power have military bases in the Western Hemisphere. Well, wait a minute. NATO is going to put bases in Ukraine right against the Russian border. How do you think they're going to respond to that? We provoked this.
Chris Powell, as always, great stuff there. Chris Powell's stuff, you can read it all over, but go to chrispowellcolumn.com, chrispowellcolumn.com. Chris, fight the good fight, and we will talk in the coming weeks, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Bye-bye.
All right, there you go. Chris Powell, always with a provocative thought or two. And we do traffic and weather together right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 more the Parkway northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. New Haven, 91 south, you're on the brakes, exit 6 down through the merge through Longworth, and that continues into West Haven. You're bunched up again in Milford as well. Wilbur Cross, southbound side, you're bunched up through Hampton down to the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, residual delays through Seymour and Beacon Falls from an earlier accident, and going into the 691 merge in Barrington, residual delays on both 91 and the Wilbur Cross from an earlier problem. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And that's Kraus with WICC traffic.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday sunny and milder with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just because a tree looks healthy and full doesn't mean it actually is. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I had no idea I had 2 unhealthy trees directly in front of my home that could cause a lot of damage if the wind blows just the right way. Mark from K&J Tree Service actually came out to do a free assessment a couple months ago. He pointed out that I had mushroom growth at the base of the tree and that leaves weren't growing the way that they should near the top of the tree. These are apparently very clear signs that a tree is struggling and needs to be looked at before disaster happens. Summer is the season of storms and wild weather. You should be calling K&J for a free tree risk assessment. And remember, there's no obligation to actually go through with doing any of the tree work suggested, but it does give you peace of mind to at least know what you're dealing with. And the certified arborist at K&J Tree Service will come out and do a free assessment for you. Book it today at kjtreeservice.com. You'll thank me later. That's kjtreeservice.com or text them at 203-248-TREE.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. These days, it feels like there's advice for everything. Cold plunges, gratitude journals, screen detoxes. But how do you know what actually works for you? When the internet is overflowing with mental health and wellness content, figuring out what's helpful and what's not can feel overwhelming. That's why there's BetterHelp, the world's largest online therapy platform staffed entirely by qualified therapists. Real people, not AI. And with a 4.9-star rating from over 1.7 million client reviews, you can feel confident you're in good hands. With BetterHelp, you get support that's truly tailored to you, with flexible appointments, online sessions, and help from wherever you're most comfortable. Join the over 5 million people worldwide who have relied on BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Hurricane Aaron is expected to strengthen, and it's a huge storm already kicking up dangerous waves along North Carolina's Outer Banks. Governor Josh Stein on what's to come.
Life-threatening rip currents for most of the week. No one should be in the ocean. And extensive beach erosion along much of the coast.
Extreme heat is the concern in the West. Meteorologist David Parkinson.
The big concern when you have this level of heat and an offshore wind is that generally you do actually have a higher fire risk.
We're still awaiting a vote in the Texas House on redrawing the congressional map to create more GOP seats. Reporter Kayla Guo.
They're trying to push through the map on final passage today. Democrats are trying to put the screws on their Republican colleagues, try to get them to admit something that they can use as a legal record in raising a legal challenge to this map.
On Wall Street, stocks are mixed. The Nasdaq is lower for a second day. CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
And Sonia Mayor David Cassetti was not at the Naugatuck Valley Council meeting hours before his tires were slashed. According to the Valley Independent, Cassetti was at a Naugatuck casual gathering, but Middlebury's first selectman Edward St. John, who was at the event, didn't see the mayor. Democratic Town Committee Chairman Dave Hannon said Cassetti is lying, saying, "Witnesses and whereabouts on that Friday night should step forward immediately. He should do the right thing and resign." Local newspaper The Valley Indy has submitted an FOI request for the mayor's recent repair bills. The Norwalk Police Department and Mayor Harry Rilling introduced a new canine to the force this morning. 1-year-old Chance was donated by Maxine and Kenneth Mayoko of Fairfield. Chance completed the Certified Law Enforcement Support K-9 class. The K-9 will be seen at town and department events to bring well-being for the community. The funeral of 6-year-old Jose Martinez, who fell into the water at the Bird's Eye Boat Ramp in Stratford a few weeks ago, will take place this Friday, August 22nd. The boy's mother, Magdalene Smith, spoke about what kind of child the boy was.
My son, he was a really good kid. He had very bright energy, and he had a wonderful smile. His smile could light up the whole room and everybody in it. He did not deserve to go like this. He didn't deserve to go at all. He had his whole life ahead of him.
Martinez's funeral will start at 10 a.m. at the East End Tabernacle Church in Bridgeport. A hit-and-run car crashed into a tree and caught on fire. It happened after midnight last night on the Merrick Parkway in Trumbull. State police and firefighters responded to the scene, and according to officials, driver Sebastian Rodriguez later returned in a different vehicle to the scene. Rodriguez received a ticket for failing to renew his registration. I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound really isn't much help out of New Haven. 95 south jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Route 8 northbound heavy congestion through Shelton. And 84 eastbound crawling along through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be a few showers or a thunderstorm with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and warmer with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And if you'd like to text me, you can, 203-333. 9422-333 WICC. Couple of texts from one texter. This one I did not get to last week. I should have. Oh my God! I assume this is me. Oh my God! You are so obnoxious. I don't know how you're on the radio anyway. That's only been 42. It's been 42 years. Yeah, but I don't know. The constant Trump bashing is unbelievable. Okay. If you're talking about age, or you just completely silent for 4 years on Biden, who was in a coma and never really worked. So when this new president takes one day off, that's a conversation to be made fun of. Unbelievable. Okay. I don't know whether that was me. That main, okay. Wait a minute. Nah, that was not referring to me. Okay. This is the one I should have read from this person. First of all, I hate the interchangeable word illegal with migrants. I do too. They are two totally different things, but the Democrats love to use both interchangeably, and actually they use more migrants versus illegals to put on a different facade or spin on the problem. That I agree with. And I have called that out on this show numerous times. From a journalistic point of view, listen, you can talk about politics, but I have a journalism degree. I love this business. I got into this immediately out of college. I graduated in 1983, so 41, 42 years. I could not wait to spend my first day doing this. But shame on all the media outlets in this state, the print outlets, the digital outlets, the TV outlets, even some of the radio outlets, who will not delineate, I should say, and differentiate the difference that someone has being a legal immigrant or migrant to this country and somebody else who's not. Now, let me tell you something. I know people in this state and other states, and believe me, people in my business talk. And a lot of times when you are reading a certain outlet or you're watching something on TV or you're listening to something on a radio, maybe on a network, you would or would not maybe surprised or not, but a lot of times I can tell you that a reporter, a writer, an anchor would want to say illegal alien or an illegal, but they're told not to because they don't want to risk blowback, so they used migrant, undocumented person, undocumented migrant. So I agree with you there, yeah. Anything the Trump White House does is going to be fought too, and now from now on, I don't recall the Republicans acting the way the Democrats react or act when Biden was in office. All right, there you go. As the text messages come in, 203-333-9422. Is that illegal rapist on the run? I guess they were talking about the gentleman that had to be removed by ICE from that correctional facility in January. No, I guess ICE rearrested him, they said, but they had to go in the community to get it, which is ridiculous. I agree with Governor Lamont not to cooperate with federal officials as long as he's following the law. ICE claims 29 of those arrested have committed crimes. Where's the proof? Is there a planned immigration proceeding to show criminally and illegal entry, or are they being confined and deported without due process? Hope all is going well. Don't have time to wait to speak with you. All right. Here's the thing, though, and that's an interesting comment, and Doug, hang on, we'll be to you momentarily. You would think, and we hear of these cases almost constantly, of the ICE actions, the deportation actions. But you don't hear, now there have been mistakes made, obviously. And look, I'm not here apologizing for mistakes. But again, it's not what you often hear, it's what you don't hear. And like I said, we don't hear about these masses of cases being, solved because, tips were given by migrants and all this. Now, and this is what the police claim. Now, if it's true, the police have to come out and say, here's an example. They can't say, well, they help us solve crimes. Maybe they do, but people being people, they're going to want to have proof of that. Now, again, you do, and again, these people are not given due process and this. Well, a lot of these people are. A lot of these people that ICE picks up, not all of them, a lot of these people for years have deportation orders. In other words, you're guilty of something. You've got to get out of the country by X, Y, and Z. And now what happens is, not in every case, but ICE goes out there and said, you have a deportation. Are you X, Y, Z? Yeah. Is this your deportation order? Yeah. Well, you're still here. Yeah, well, guess what? Not anymore. Doug joins us at 4:39. Doug, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hi, how are you, Paul?
Good, Doug. What's going on?
I was in a store, and then I caught the very tail end of Chris Powell's remarks about Ukraine.
Yeah.
And so I can't comment on everything he said, and he's such a great columnist.
Mm-hmm.
But I disagreed with him on the part that I heard. We don't provoke Russia by having bases. If we did, Russia would be invading Finland, which has an 800-mile border with Russia. Russia would be invading the three Baltic countries. Russia would be invading Poland, which fronts on Belarus. And having NATO troops in a bordering country in and of itself is a defense, not a provocation.
Yeah, well, you'd have to convince Putin of that, though, wouldn't you?
Putin, we have to convince ourselves of that. Frankly, Putin doesn't get to tell us how we secure our allies. He just doesn't. That's not part of making peace. If a country gets to align itself however it chooses.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't argue that.
Second, Chris may, in a way, be correct when he said that we provoked this, but not because of what Chris says. We failed to defend Ukraine after the 1990 Budapest Agreement, in which Ukraine gave up all of its nuclear arms,
I remember that.
They were the third largest nuclear power in the world
After the old Soviet Union, yeah.
Right. And they gave up those arms in exchange for promises of security. And then during Obama, for better or for worse, well, clearly for worse, we let Russia roll into Crimea.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Doug, just in the interest of time here, you bring up some good points. So how do you think this ends? How does the killing all stop here? Do you think that in any world that's right side up, that Putin just stops without getting anything out of this? How does this end?
I frankly don't know, but it will end at a negotiating table.
Yeah.
And Putin, I guess, will have to get something, but it ought to be as little as possible.
Sure.
We shouldn't bend over backwards to give him something.
Oh, sure.
That's called appeasement.
Yeah.
And Neville Chamberlain could tell you a thing or two about that.
Absolutely. Doug, thank you. Always good to hear from you. Good call. Yeah. I mean, it's how does it end? Man, oh, man. All right, do a little business. Traffic and weather together right here, right now. WICC.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Carbuty with Carbuty Real Estate. If you're a solo individual real estate agent who's been struggling and working for yourself, by yourself in this industry, and you've ever thought about joining a high-producing real estate team to help you increase your business and explode to the next level, go to carbutyrealestate.com and click the Join Our Team page. That's carbutyrealestate.com. Click the Join Our Team page.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbuty. Go to carbutyrealestate.com.
Chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can make me feel like a spectator in my own life.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine preventive treatment.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Pretty much the same story as yesterday on Wall Street, as the Dow posted a small gain, but the S&P and NASDAQ sold off notably, though closed off the lows of the day. The Dow gained 16 points after being on the downside much of the session, 44,938. The S&P slipped 15 to 63.95, and the NASDAQ down 0.2%, cutting its losses by a full percentage point, down 142 to 21,172. Interest rates edged lower to 4.29% on the 10-year note yield. President Trump calling on one Federal Reserve Reserve governor to resign, accusing her of mortgage fraud. We will see how that plays out. Dollar was flat, oil up 79 cents to 63.14, gold up $32 to $33.90 the ounce as we wait on tomorrow's economic data in the way of jobless claims in particular, and also then we get Friday's speech from Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell. The minutes from the last Fed meeting came out today, and as expected, the Federal Reserve governors and presidents were split as to what to do about interest rates, but most agreed they should stand pat, at least at that last meeting.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nothing beats the freedom of the open road. The wind in your face, the roar of the engine. Whoa, except maybe the sudden realization that alcohol and two wheels don't mix. Even one drink can slow your reflexes and impair your judgment. On a motorcycle, that's the difference between cruising home or crashing hard. Ride smart, ride sober, or get pulled over. If you hit the bottle, don't roll the throttle. This message is brought to you by NHTSA.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound really isn't much help out of New Haven. 95 south jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Route 8 northbound heavy congestion through Shelton. And 84 eastbound crawling along through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary blank game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Ange Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a guy who hates driving on the merit, just like you. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Speaking of driving on the merit, and any other roads here in the state, some good news. I guess road fatalities are down, which is good, all over the state. It's amazing if people will just slow down, assuming you're talking about stuff connected to speed here. But that's good to see that fatalities, I guess, over the last 3 months, as they say year over year, are doing a bit better here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, and what did I see? Yet another municipality are going to go to speed cameras. Did you see this? A Connecticut Valley town, I believe it's Beacon Falls, is going to, they're going to start with one camera, I think. Yeah, here it is. Story here in the Connecticut Post. Hearst Connecticut Media. Officials have okayed to plan to install speed cameras, it's cameras, near the center of town in Beacon Falls. So all you leadfoots in Beacon Falls, slow the heck down. Speed cameras near the center of town, joining many municipalities across the state seeking to use the technology. I know, I'm just kidding. The Beacon Falls Board of Selectmen approving Tuesday, a plan by Police Corporal Jay Piccirillo and First Selectman Gerard Smith to install a speed camera. Okay, one camera. This will be in the 200 block of South Main Street on the northern side. So again, they're telling you where this is going to be. So I don't want to hear anybody in beautiful downtown Beacon Falls, in a few months say, well, they sprung this on us. No. Slow down. It's an easy way not to get a robot speeding ticket here. It'll be on the first one anyway, is going to be on the 200 block, they said, of South Main Street, northbound side. That area of the road has a speed limit of 40 miles an hour, the big 40. Okay, now you know what that means. Okay, you're not going to get a ticket if you go 41 or 42 or 43. It's if you exceed the speed limit by 10 miles an hour. So anywhere up to 49 miles an hour, you should be pretty good, all right, not too bad. So they are waiting here for the state DOT. The first selectman, Gerard Smith, is waiting for the DOT to respond in about 2 weeks and the installation to take place within 2 months. Now, remember, and I'm glad he brought this out, and this was brought out in the Hearst story. You can't just do this as a city or town without the state saying it's okay. You can't. So you can put together all the stuff you want, but then the plan has to be okayed by the state DOT. And the reason they're doing that is to make sure you're not setting up a speed trap. And I know a lot of you folks say, well, wait a minute, these are just going to allow for speed traps. No, they're not. And none of the ones either working already or proposed, they cannot be in speed traps. So Beacon Falls started the process earlier in February. Residents, 27 of them, showed up for a town meeting. And it was a 24-3 vote yes for the use of, quote, one automated traffic enforcement safety device. The cameras will only take a rear photo of a vehicle going 10 miles or more or higher over the speed limit. The first violation is $50. Every subsequent one is $70, decided by state statute, compared to an officer's lowest speeding infraction of 140. So if you're going to speed, I guess you'd rather get caught by the camera because it's a lot lower than if a cop writes it for you. Oh, by the way, a $15 administrative fee for the violator as well. So there you go. So I know there's a lot of you people saying, well, I don't want it. This is unconstitutional. No, it's not. You have no privacy when you're out. So I have an idea. If you don't want to be photographed, go a different way. Listen, if you're visiting your side chick and you don't want your soon-to-be ex-wife or former girlfriend, I'm sorry, it's a joke. But if you don't want to get caught on camera, honey, what? Well, I got a ticket, honey. Where was that? Well, it's that new camera. Why were you driving over there? Well, I had to go to a specialty store there. What store was that? Don't do that, guys, or gals for that matter. Don't do that, all right? Just don't put yourself in a position because there's lots of them cameras out there. Now, here's something interesting. Once one of these cameras takes a photo, the citation does not automatically go in the mail. This is a big question everybody had. Is this thing hooked in automatically to crank out the ticket? Not precisely, Gungadin. Once one of these cameras, speeding cameras, takes a photo, the citation does not automatically go in the mail, but instead into a cloud database. Ah, that's good. Love to hack into that sucker. Hey, who's that in the car with them? No, kidding. They don't show the person in the car, I don't think. The police then have to verify the violation. How they do that, I have zero clue. Police could issue a warning, a citation, or they could reject the violation outright. So how about that? So it's not, at least in this system, I guess, that Beacon Falls is going to get, but I guess all the systems are like this. There is some human interaction here. So it's not like set it and forget it. It's not like turnkey where you just turn the key and, oh, here come the ticket press. Rev it up, Maud. No. It's not going to work that way. Beacon Falls joins several other cities and towns that have either had their speed camera permits approved or submitted to the DOT. The municipalities that have already been okayed include the town of Washington last year, Greenwich, Marlborough, Middletown, and Wethersfield this year. Cities or towns that have submitted plans for review include Hamden, Milford, New Haven, Stamford, and Stratford. Folks, I'm telling you, within, 2025? Within 5 to 7 years, 90% of towns are going to have at least one of these cameras. They will. And here's an idea. Slow down. You're going to know where the cameras are. There's going to be signage there. There has to, according to the bill. It's going to show up on your Google Maps, on your Waze, on however you navigate. It's going to show up there. If you don't want to get a speeding ticket, don't go that way. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound really isn't much help out of New Haven. 95 south jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Route 8 northbound heavy congestion through Shelton. And 84 eastbound crawling along through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary blank game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be a few showers or a thunderstorm with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and warmer with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, right here, right now, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Got a couple of calls standing by, folks. It's already a minute before the top of the hour, so if you want to hang out, I promise we'll get to the calls right after we do news and traffic and weather together on WICC. So Frank and company, hang on. We'll be right to you. Whatever's on your mind, maybe you wanted to talk a little bit about these speed cameras. But again, trust me, I'm telling you, within 5 or 7 years, you're going to see 80 to 90% of the cities and towns are going to have these. They're just going to. And we're already seeing in some of these cities or towns, what they say, I guess in Meriden or Middletown. I guess the folks in Middletown are saying that this has done wonders just to slow traffic down. And again, you're listening to a guy right now that I like to drive, and I like to drive fast. And I've gotten probably, 10, 15 speeding tickets in my life. So yeah, I know what it's like to see the blue and white behind me. I do. I honestly do. But you know what? Slow down. There's a brake pedal there for a reason.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hurricane Erin is offshore, but it's a big storm and it's kicking up dangerous waves. CBS's Rob Marciano begins our coverage from the Outer Banks in North Carolina.
The rip currents are an issue. We've had dozens of rescues down at Wrightsville Beach the past couple of days. We've got beaches that are closed not just here, but as far north as New York and New Jersey because this storm continues to grow its wind field.
Jim Crisula has more.
Many are tempting fate, ignoring warnings to stay out of the churned up water along the East Coast. This man is surfing at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
The riptide isn't really too bad today. The undertow is pretty bad for swimmers, but for surfing, it's a good day.
Hurricane Aaron is expected to cause significant beach erosion at many places on the East Coast.
A federal judge has rejected the government's request to unseal grand jury transcripts in the Jeffrey Epstein case. Linda Kenyon reports.
The judge stated no victims testified before the grand jury in the sex trafficking case against Epstein, who was once a friend of President Trump's. The judge also said information from the grand jury transcripts, quote, pales in comparison to the Epstein investigative information and materials in the hands of the Department of Justice, and characterized the transcript request as a diversion from the breadth and scope of the files the government already has. Trump administration officials requested the transcripts amid growing demands from the president's base. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Military officials from NATO held a virtual meeting today to discuss security guarantees for Ukraine. Charlie D'Agata has that.
There's already been pushback from the Kremlin, again warning that any NATO role in Ukraine could amount to an uncontrolled escalation. So there are a lot of questions there.
Imagine boarding your next flight without having to present your boarding pass to an agent at the gate. Travel editor Peter Greenberg on the latest TSA advances.
For a long time now, both the TSA and Clear, the private operator, have been working on biometric and facial recognition. This takes it one step further and actually bypasses the need for a personal inspection by a TSA officer.
Target has a new CEO, as Matt Piper reports.
A 20-year veteran at Target who was its COO will now be CEO. It comes after its current CEO says he's stepping down in February. But some retail analysts are surprised the board did not pick a candidate from outside the company to turn things around. Customers have recently been complaining of messy stores with merchandise that has not reflected the expensive-looking but budget-price niche that earned the retailer the nickname Target.
Stocks finished mixed today on Wall Street. The Nasdaq was lower again for a second day. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Fairfield National Little League baseball team has advanced to the U.S. Championship against the Nevada Mountains 7-3. Manager Brian Palazzolo spoke about the game today.
It is absolutely wild what's going on. We are 3-0 in Williamsport. We do have a big game coming up against Mountain Region, but I couldn't be prouder of our boys. We executed plays and practice that we do every single day.
The boys have another game coming up, TBD. Bridgeport Public Schools and the Connecticut State Department of Education have come to an agreement on bus services. After considering bus passes for students, the department's technical assistance team worked with the district's transportation company to restructure their previous contract. Officials say this change will restore routines that have been cut due to the budget restrictions. Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery says this agreement reduces barriers and ensures they are in the classroom every day, ready to learn. Also for the Park City, the Bridgeport Police Department recognizes 2 employees who made a difference. Officer Schuler and Sergeant Diaz helped another officer who was exposed to suspected fentanyl and began showing signs of distress this past Sunday, according to officials. Sergeant Diaz immediately called for medical assistance as Officer Schuler administered Narcan, likely saving his fellow officer's life. According to police, Officer Schuler has been awarded the Medal of Merit and Sergeant Diaz will be awarded the Honorable Service Citation. Ansonia Mayor David Cassetti claims he was not at the Naugatuck Valley Council meeting hours before his tires were slashed. According to the Valley Independent, Cassetti was at the Naugatuck Council gathering. But Middlebury First Selectman Edward St. John, who was at the event, did not see the mayor. Democratic Town Committee Chairman Dave Hannon says Cassetti is lying in a statement. Witnesses and whereabouts on that Friday night should step forward immediately. He should do the right thing and resign. Local newspaper The Valley Indy has submitted an FOI request for the mayor's recent repair bills. I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport with an accident near exit 12. Parkway northbound is at least slightly better, but not by much. Wilbur Cross, southbound side accident reported. New exit 46 has things backed up through the tunnel and into Hampton. On 95, southbound New Haven, plan on a half an hour from the 91 merge down to the Milford Connector. Other side of the bridge, you're crawling along through Guilford and Bradford. And on Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton, going up the bridge. 84 eastbound, you've got it as well through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Ed Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Right here, right now, 3 hours down, 1 to go. Open phones the rest of this hour, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Once again, talk or text 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Paul Piselli here. How are you? Immigration in the spotlight. War of words now between U.S. Attorney General, now this is the National AG, Pam Bondi, and the Trump White House, not William Tong. If anything, William Tong pushing back on this. The Trump White House says, hey, Connecticut sure sounds like a sanctuary city or state. Now, the mayor of New Haven, as was pointed out earlier today by our buddy Chris Powell, pretty much New Haven says, yeah, sanctuary policies here. But Governor Ned Lamont and William Tong, the Attorney General, saying, no, we're not a sanctuary state. But again, the feds say, well, what about that little Trust Act thing? So I asked the question today. I said, hey, you, yes, Paul, what would you ask for a Facebook question today? Facebook.com/voice of CT. Governor Ned Lamont is rejecting a U.S. Justice Department demand, a demand from the Attorney General Pam Bondi to be more cooperative on immigration issues. Do you agree or not? Do you agree with the governor saying, no, we're not going to cooperate or not? Neil says he disagrees. Alicia disagrees. Maria disagrees. Pop disagrees. Dave says absolutely not. Lee says, house them in tents on his lawn. I guess he's talking about the governor here. His wife can cook breakfast every morning. There you go. That got a thumbs up from Liz. Matt says, get ready. Dump, meaning Trump, or Drump, will send the National Guard into Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford. Well, I guess, yeah, why not? I'm kidding. That must have been a typo. Kiran says, I pray he does. I lived in Bridgeport for 12 years. It's the, well, I'm not going to say that. It's the not nice of the shoreline. There you go. I can't say what was there. It wasn't horrible, but let's be nice now. Julie says, I hope so. Glenn says, cut the federal funding. That'll wake them up. Well, that might be what's going to happen here. Glenn, I guess the fear is that they're going to cut federal funding here if we don't loosen up or get rid of that ridiculous Trust Act. Vincent says he needs to cooperate. Carlos says, I thought states have rights, so if he's not going to cooperate, isn't that his right, or does the governor do right of the governor or not? Hold on. I thought states have rights. So if he's not going to cooperate, is that the right of the governor, not, or does states have rights like you conservatives say? Okay. Carlos, the point here is, on that, my friend, that how can a state opt out of protecting the borders of the country? Yeah, there are states' rights. States can run their elections the way they want to. States can have different firearms laws. States can have different abortion laws. How can different states opt into and out of immigration laws? Aren't the borders of a country nationwide and not just varying by state? Kieran responded to Carlos and said there's still federal law. If somebody kills somebody, they can and will be arrested anywhere. It's the same concept. There is gray area, but if you're not here legally, it's countrywide and federal law. Just like you can't have a federal job and test positive for pot. Even though you bought the pot legally, it's still federally illegal. Good example there. Mark says Democrats choose illegals over hardworking Americans. Michael says our governor needs to comply with federal law before he finds himself in handcuffs with William Tong. No, I don't have to read the rest of that. I don't. Jeanette said, yes, I do. She says the governor should push back. These immigrants are hardworking people in the most part. They fill a job that most Americans don't want. Well, Jeanette, maybe they don't take the job because you have unscrupulous employers who don't want to pay a full wage. Oh, man. And Jurina says law enforcement is law enforcement, and they should definitely cooperate with each other. It's totally insane that they're made to follow this stupid law. Nice going, Democrats in Hartford. Well, there you go. All right. This here question is not going anywhere. So if you want to chime in, you can do it now or in the middle of the night. I actually, it's funny. I'll be kind of tossing and turning. You know when you're asleep, but you're not really asleep? I'll be tossing and turning at like 2 or 3 in the morning. And because I have my phone next to the bed, who doesn't now, I'll hear the little ping, ping, because I know somebody is responding to our question of the day here at 2:30 in the morning. Like, what are you doing? God, go to sleep like I'm trying to. We'll take a break. We'll come back with even more right here, right now on WICC.
There's $25,000 somewhere in Long Island Sound, and it could all be yours. The annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth is back for its 43rd year, the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. The heaviest bluefish caught that weekend is worth $25,000, and there's more than $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or your local bait and tackle shop. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, The Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Sunday, September 7th for a special celebration. It's C.C. Sabathia Replica Hall of Fame Plaque Day, and the first 40,000 guests in attendance will receive a C.C. Sabathia Replica Hall of Fame plaque presented by WFAN. Tickets are going fast. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today. Welcome back Hall of Famer C.C. Sabathia on Sunday, September 7th. Buy tickets now at Yankees.com/tickets.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Rinnai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Rinnai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until August 31st with Tri-City and Rinnai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
This summer, cruise to Norwalk's Sheffield Island and the historic Sheffield Island Lighthouse with the Norwalk Seaport Association. Try the Sunset Cruise Wednesdays to Sundays and enjoy being on the Sound while sipping a glass of wine. Or choose the Sheffield Island Cruise with a tour of the 157-year-old lighthouse. The Seaport's vessel is roomy and comfortable with plenty of space. Make your reservation today at seaport.org. Enjoy all the Sound has to offer. Go to seaport.org. See you on board.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport with an accident near exit 12. Parkway northbound is at least slightly better, but not by much. Wilbur Cross, southbound side accident reported. New exit 46 has things backed up through the tunnel and into Hampton. On 95, southbound New Haven, plan on a half an hour from the 91 merge down to the Milford connector. Other side of the bridge, you're crawling along too through Guilford and Bradford. And on Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton, going up to the bridge. 84 eastbound, you've got it as well through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be a few showers or a thunderstorm with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and warmer with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let Connecticut know what's on your mind. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, and in case you're just settling in that vehicle, that buggy of yours, how about this? Yeah, the game you may have been wondering about all day. Yeah, Fairfield wins again. Connecticut National. Fairfield National beating Nevada. Connecticut wins 7-3 earlier today. The Little League World Series game wrapping up about a half an hour ago. The Fairfield team now heads on to the U.S. Championship. So how's about that? Fairfield National beat Nevada 7-3 today in the Little League World Series. So they now advance to the U.S. Championship. Not sure who they will play. But how about that? One step closer now to winning the whole thing. Now, it's tough to win that whole thing. But what was that, Isabella? I'm sorry? They play Asia Pacific? Okay, Asia Pacific is going to be the opponent for the Asia Pacific winning champion is going to be the opponent for Fairfield National. So how about that? According to this report here in Hearst, Luca Pellegrini kept Connecticut close early on with a pair of RBI singles. Then they scored late. So there you go. Big home run for Tommy DeMora as well. So there you go. 7-3 solo blast for Luca DeMora. Tommy DeMora, I'm sorry. And the pitching also strong once again from Luca Pellegrini. So congrats to the Fairfield National Club as they defeat Nevada by a count of 7-3. All right, good for them. What a thrill for those kids. You know, I was just watching the game here and talking with Isabella, who's producing the program today. You know, if you sit back and just divorce yourself, you know, and you don't see close-ups here, it's like you forget the oldest these young men can be is 12. 12! It's not like you're watching high school players or even, you know, it's been so long since I've been following it. What's above Little League now? Is it Babe Ruth ball? Is it Legion ball? Legion ball is high school guys and freshmen and sophomores in college. But you sit back and you look at these young men and you're saying 12. My God. And I read the other day where there was some pitcher throwing 82. He got clocked on one pitch at 82. Yikes. So great news out there. Fairfield National wins it by a count of 7-2. By the way, we're getting a little more info now on all the ice activity that a lot of people in the state were going apoplectic over because they were having and trying to enforce, I know it's horrible to think, immigration law here. But what we're starting to find out, and we're getting a better breakdown of this story in the Connecticut Mirror, 65 people in Connecticut arrested by ICE in a 4-day operation. Last Thursday, immigration advocates, see, now this is what I mean by the bending of the English language. And, shame it. This is on the Connecticut Mirror, and I'll get on their back, too, because I praise them when they do good work, like the reporting on the housing bill. But immigration advocates, come on, stop it. There have been immigration advocates in this country since we started doing immigration back in, the 17 or 1800s? So let's not kid ourselves here. These are organizations. These are advocates for undocumented migrants, illegals, whatever you want to say. But let's be upfront about this. Let's be adults. Last Thursday, immigration advocates held a rally in Stamford to protest recent ICE activity in the city. 2 men were reportedly arrested at the Stamford courthouse on August 11th. The 2 men were there for a follow-up appointment after being the victims of an armed robbery. All right, well, what was their immigration status? Can we ask that? According to ICE, this is what the feds are saying, and I'm taking it at face value. They could be lying here. I don't think so. According to ICE, 29 of the 65 people arrested have been either charged with or convicted of serious crimes. Of the 13 people named in the release, 5 were arrested in Stamford, 2 in Norwalk, 6 in Danbury. Some of the 13 people identified in the release have been convicted of crimes including drug possession, sexual assault, DUI, larceny, according to ICE. Others were facing charges, including assault, breach of peace, and carrying a dangerous weapon. Okay, too bad. Get out. Bye-bye. See you later. Police in Danbury, Norwalk, and Stamford all told the Connecticut Mirror that they were not aware of Operation Broken Trust and that they did not know the number of people who were arrested or detained by ICE. Well, isn't that what the state wants? Wait a minute, I'm confused here. Hold on. Time out, white team. I'm confused here. Don't all the quote unquote immigration advocates aren't they the ones saying, "Hey, we don't want any involvement with local authorities and ICE"? Well, okay then. It's what it sounds like here. A video posted to social media showed 2 brothers, Ricardo and Leonard Chavez, tased and arrested by ICE agents in Norwalk in the middle of the street. The police had removed a vehicle with smashed windows from Main Street. All right. ICE enforcement and removal operations Boston Field Office Director Patricia Hyde, she was the one I read the quotes from before, criticized Connecticut's Trust Act, which prohibits local and state law enforcement from cooperating with ICE unless the person has been convicted of certain serious crimes or is on the federal terrorist list or is in the subject of a judicial warrant. Okay. So that's good. If they're on the terrorist watch list, we might help. Thank you. Now this year, the Trust Act was modified, I should tell you. So they had to tighten it up a little bit. The first couple of iterations of the Trust Act weren't real tight. So this year, the Trust Act was modified to allow individuals to get this, to sue over violations of the law, but it also did expand the situations in which officials can comply with the feds and not be subject to litigation. sexual assault, injury or risk of injury to a child, strangulation, burglary with a firearm, possessing child sexual abuse material, enticing or sexually exploiting a minor, and violating a protective order are now crimes that Connecticut law enforcement can hand someone over to ICE. Now, you know what the scary thing is? Previously, those weren't allowed. So here's the state saying, well, we added these to where our law enforcement can help with ICE. So that means they weren't originally on the list. So originally, if I'm doing, what is it, inductive logic or deductive reasoning, I can guess, I can deduce that sexual assault, injury, or risk of injury to a minor, strangulation, that's always fun, burglary only with a firearm, possessing child abuse material, enticing or sexually exploiting a minor, and violating a protective order were not previously okay to be involved with local law enforcement? My God. Oh, my God. Attorney General Pam Bondi asking Governor Ned Lamont to please, quote, confirm your commitment to complying with federal law and identify the immediate initiatives, yes, that you are taking to eliminate laws, policies, and practices that impede federal immigration enforcement. All right, we'll scoot down to news, be back on the other side with some phone calls right here. Phones are ringing right now. So, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Listen, I am not for these huge, mass, vacuum cleaner immigration sweeps. I'm not. I do believe we should show a little mercy and compassion. Having said that, some of this stuff is sheer unadulterated lunacy, and we've got to clean up our act here just a little. But remember, the governor says, hey, nothing wrong here. The attorney general saying, hey, nothing wrong here. We're coming back on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport with an accident near exit 12. Parkway overall is really only a few minutes faster. Wilbur Cross southbound accident in Woodbridge, exit 46 on the on-ramp. And then as things backed up through the tunnel into Hampton. 95 out of New Haven, jamming from the 91 merge down to the Milford connector, and on 84 eastbound crawling along through Danbury and Newtown. Match Krause with WICC traffic.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and milder with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Don't stop believing. The 47th annual Norwalk Seaport Oyster Festival is back, September 5th through 7th. 3 days of music, fun, food, and crafts, plus great entertainment with the Paul Bunyan Lumberjack and Ready Go Dog shows. Plus, endless ride wristband specials on Saturday and Sunday, too. The Norwalk Oyster Festival. For only $15, it's the best entertainment value around. Get your tickets at seaport.org. Presenting sponsor Mohegan Sun Online Casino. Main stage sponsor Optimum.
Serving my country required sacrifice. Sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day, the day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Hurricane Erin is moving north and bringing with it some dangerous surf. North Carolina's Emergency Director William Ray.
If you've been asked to evacuate, please do so now.
In South Carolina, not everyone's heeding the warnings to stay out of the water.
If you're a first-time surfer, today of all days is probably not the greatest time to go. This is borderline Christmas Eve for us because we never get tides and surf like this.
The storm will impact the coastline all the way north to New England. The extreme heat is the worry in California and Arizona and the potential for wildfires. In Texas, there is still no vote on redrawing the congressional map for more GOP seats, but emotions are running high. Jack Fink reports.
Outside the House chamber and in the House rotunda, people who oppose these new maps have been speaking and cheering, and this can be heard inside the House chamber.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished mixed. CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Fairfield Metro National Little League baseball team has advanced to the U.S. Championship against the Nevada Mountains 7-3. Tommy Diamura hit a home run in the sixth-inning surge, according to the CT Insider. Manager Brian Palazzolo spoke about the game earlier today.
It is absolutely wild what's going on. We are 3-0 in Williamsport. We do have a big game coming up against Mountain Region, but I couldn't be prouder of our boys. We executed plays and practice that we do every single day.
The World Series game will take place against Asia Pacific this Sunday, August 24th. Connecticut officials are warning people about a tax-free week scam. Governor Ned Lamont and the Connecticut Consumer Protection Commission says shopping in this month can attract fraud. Tips to avoid these scams include being aware of fake advertisements, review return and refund policies before buying any item, and use your credit card for better protection. Tax-free week lasts until this Saturday, August 23rd. A new study shows that the site of the planned pro soccer stadium in Bridgeport would require major renovations. This 18-acre site in the city's east side contains extensive ground contamination in the city's industrial past. Developer Andre Swanson and his company, Connecticut Sports Group, has also proposed a hotel and over 1,000 housing units as part of the overall project. The company has received $16 million from the state to help renovate the site. Also for Bridgeport, the public school system and the Connecticut State Department of Education have come to an agreement on bus services. After considering bus passes for students, the department's technical assistance team worked with the district's transportation company to restructure the previous contract. Officials say this change will restore and different routes for the Connecticut for their cuts due with budget restrictions. Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery says this agreement reduces barriers and ensures that they are in the classroom every day, ready to learn. I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport with an accident near exit 12. Parkway overall is really only a few minutes faster. Wilbur Cross southbound accident in Woodbridge exit 46 on the on-ramp. And then as things backed up through the tunnel into Hampton. 95 out of New Haven, jamming from the 91 merge down to the Milford connector, and on 84 eastbound crawling along through Danbury and Newtown. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be a few showers or a thunderstorm with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and warmer with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, yippee-i-o-ki-yay. 203-333-9422-333-WICC. So, as Isabella just told us in the news, another big win today for Fairfield National. They beat Nevada by a count of 7-3 after being tied early. Big home run, big pitching performance. We'll have, of course, more on this tomorrow morning from our buddy John Kamal on the Melissa in the Morning program. John's been communicating back and forth with the Fairfield coaches. So we have a good connection to them. So again, nice big win for Fairfield National today in Williamsport over Nevada by a count of 7-3. So Fairfield National advancing to the U.S. Region Championship. So how about that? Yeah. All right. Good news today amid all the tough stuff, right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You know, you watch these games and I'm like, man, we never looked that good when we played. Wooden bats, ruts in the field. Hey, don't slide into third. There's glass over. Now, listen, these young men deserve it. They do. They do. The young men who compete in the Little League World Series and the young women, I think, who do. There's a softball World Series, too, I think. All right. Andy in Essex is here. Andy, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm cooling off with all this nice rain.
Nice.
Gaslighting alert.
Yeah.
The United States, Connecticut, not opposed to immigration.
Yeah.
Everyone here is the child of an immigrant,
Absolutely.
unless you're Native American. That
Yeah.
sound redundant, right?
Yeah.
It's illegal immigration that we're opposed to. It's when people of ill repute and ill motives sneak into the country and commit crimes and raise all kinds of havoc and offer nothing in exchange. To be an immigrant, there's a whole legal process.
Mm-hmm.
The United States likes it so much they even have special laws to govern it.
I have worked over the past few years in various locales, Andy, with a gentleman who came from South America. Yes, it was very expensive, but he saved up. He came here legally. He got a work permit, and he very proudly became an American citizen. And previously worked with a gentleman who was Canadian-born, played some years in the National Hockey League. We became friends through a broadcast. And he, after several years, decided after living in the States he wanted to become a U.S. citizen. And he did the proper way. And, yes, it was expensive, he said, but it was well worth it. So, yes, you're right.
Yeah, and those people are the ones who are highly opposed to these illegals coming in. So, Democrat gaslighters out there, immigration is good. We have regulations for it.
Yeah.
It's the illegals that we don't want.
Well, and Andy, thank you, my friend. Glad to see you're cooling off there. And again, Chris Powell brought it up, and I'm glad more people are latching on to this. Because at the beginning, probably about 3 or 4 years ago into the early part of the Biden term, if you had said this, you were called a white nationalist or a conspiracy person. The people kept, and Brian, hang on, we'll be right to you. People kept looking around going, wait a minute, though. Doesn't Biden understand this? Like Joe Biden, for all the faults he may have had, and every president has faults, for every laugh that people had at Joe Biden's expense, people were sitting back and asking, like, well, but why is Biden this way, doing practically nothing on immigration, which ended up costing him the election? And I kept saying in the run-up to the election, not that I'm any prognosticator, saying immigration is going to kill him. And it did, and Trump still scores very well. Well, there had to be a reason. And even people who are no friends of conservatives are now saying, well, he was told by people because of the legal migration to the South, by people leaving blue states like Connecticut, New York, Massachusetts, Illinois, and settling in places like Texas and Florida, giving them more House seats and electoral vote seats. Biden was told by somebody, don't leave the borders the way they are, because we need to deal with a shift in the population that's going to hand more votes and more elections to Republicans in the House. Tell you what, let's do this. Brian, you'll be right up after we take a break here. Brian's up next on WICC.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Cadillac of Greenwich. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose mobile service, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at CadillacofGreenwich.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can make me feel like a spectator in my own life.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine preventive treatment.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport with an accident near exit 12. Parkway overall is really only a few minutes faster. Wilbur-Cross southbound accident in Woodbridge, exit 46 on the on-ramp. And then as things backed up through the tunnel into Hampton. 95 out of New Haven, jamming from the 91 merge down to the Milford connector, and on 84 eastbound crawling along through Danbury and Newtown. Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday sunny and milder with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You found where Connecticut comes to talk. Join the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Big Voice. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC Talk, or text, if you please. Let's go to Brian, who's been hanging on. Brian, how are you, sir? What's up?
Fine, sir. How are you?
I'm doing all right, my friend. What's on your mind?
I wanted to make a comment that I don't hear from anybody at all in the news right now. They talk about immigration reform. They scream, oh, we need immigration. Congress votes on the number of legal residents every 2 years, I believe. And according to the U.S. Law Guide, they're letting in 1.6 million legally this year.
Yeah. People think, you know what, Brian, you're right. People don't realize how many people legally every year this country lets in through student visas, work visas, all different. I read one location, Brian, that we basically allow an area equivalent to Metro Boston into the country legally every year. So it's a lot.
1.6 million is what they're saying for this year.
Yeah. Which is about Metro Boston. Yeah, sure.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, Brian. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, people, and that's a great point Brian brought up there. People think that, well, the U.S., no, they don't let anybody in. No. It's, again, this is you know, this is devoid of any understanding of immigration policy. And again, I'm not an expert here, but I try and read as much as I can. In fact, you know what? let's play. This is one of the funnest parts of the show. Real-time research with Paul. Hold on, I'm leaning over my keyboard here. How many people? Hold on, PLE. This whole spelling thing, it gets to me. How many people does? Let's see how long it'll take Google to figure out what I want to ask. Does a large pizza feed? No. Does Gillette Stadium hold? This is great. When you do, like, you know how you fill in the search bar, and Google tries to anticipate what you're asking. How many people does the average person meet in their lifetime? No. Does the flu kill a year? No. How many people does the Hollywood Bowl hold? These are great questions. How many people does all right, let's try this. Does the U.S., let's see, does the U.S. government employ? Does U.S. Bank Stadium hold? Man, how many people does the U.S. deport each year? Well, that's close. How many people does the U.S. allow? Hold on. Wait a minute. Does the U.S. allow into? Now, see, it stopped answering for me. Oh, here it is. I thought it wouldn't answer because that's a MAGA question. How many people does the U.S. allow in legally? The U.S. Now, here you go. All you, Trump's America hates brown people. Hey, you know what? Half of you, let me tell you something. Half of you people, the only reason you like brown people is somebody has to cut your lawn. All right, I'm sorry I said it, but come on. Lower Fairfield County, oh, they're here with their, look, honey, the brown people are here to do the lawn. The U.S. legally admits roughly 1 million immigrants per year through various categories. This includes both immigrant visas for permanent residency and non-immigrant visas for temporary stays. In addition to these, there are no numerical limits on the admission of U.S. citizens' immediate family members, spouses, parents, and kids under 21. So there's one answer right there. 1 million a year. 1 million. How many refugees does the U.S. let in? In May of 2021, a Trump version 1.0 cap of 62,500 was removed by the Biden White House, and they changed the ceiling to 125,000. So there you go. So, well, you folks out there who say, well, why don't we like immigrants? No. It's 1 million a year. Not counting, of course, anybody else who comes in illegally or other. And yes, don't think for a minute that the border is completely shut. It's not completely shut. Last figures I saw, we were on pace to see something like 700,000 or 800,000 border crossings or border encounters, whatever. And in the Biden years, it was about 280,000 a month. So there you go. And again, this is mostly why Trump won. And look, I don't envy the Democratic Party, whether it's here in Connecticut or nationally. They're going to have to figure this out. And now we're coming up on, in a few months, it's going to be Trump 2.0 halfway through. And the Democratic Party, for all the bitching and moaning and whining, they still have no coherent policy on immigration. Even though immigration was largely why they lost in 2024. And yeah, they come around to it, but they're too afraid to do anything about it. And you're seeing right here, big story all over social media today. Links to it everywhere today. Big story in the New York Times. The Democratic Party faces a voter registration crisis. The party is bleeding support beyond the ballot box. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean people love Republicans. Well, they're not all MAGA. No, they're not. Probably very few are of the Trump Republican variety. But what you're seeing right now, and look, it's good. Every party goes through this. What happened in 2015 with the first Trump run, when he and Melania came down the gold staircase, and we all laughed at it, including myself. Oh, look at Trump. Oh, yeah, The Apprentice. He wants a rating spike. Well, 3 runs later, 2 wins and a bare loss by 40,000 votes. That was the grand reset of the Republican Party. It's happening now in the Democratic Party. Zohran Mamdani in New York. This guy Omar Fatah in Minneapolis. You see this guy, the Somali guy in Minneapolis. This guy makes Mamdani look like Ronald Reagan. Whew. Check out the guy in Minneapolis. There is, and you don't have to be partisan one way or the other. The wacko factor on the Democratic side is way worse than the GOP. Now, I know the GOP has got their Marjorie Taylor Greens. Not even Lauren Boebert anymore. She's kind of calmed down. She got the message. After fondling her boyfriend on the movies or whatever that was. Remember that? They asked her to leave or whatever. Oh my God. But man, and it's, I'm reading a story this morning that, the left side of the Democratic Party is going nuts because Chuck Schumer in New York, because Jerry Nadler in New York, because Hakeem Jeffries, why won't they come out and endorse Zohran Mamdani? Because they know he's nuts. They know the guy's not a democratic socialist. He's a leftist. But they're caught between a rock and a hard place. Now, these are the same people who criticize, people like Ryan Fazio here in Connecticut and Fairfield County saying, yeah, I voted for Trump. I like what he's doing. But these are the same people that don't have the goulions to answer the question, exactly about what do you think about Zohran Mamdani in New York? Well, we have the best one I heard was we have a big tent. Okay, but that doesn't answer the question, chum, that I asked you. Yeah, I read an analysis this morning. It said that even if, out of Curtis Sliwa and Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams, even if 2 of the 3 dropped out, Mamdani is still going to win. So listen, hey, every so often, New York City's got to go back to rat hole status, and maybe it's time. Even though I love my son dearly, and he lives in Astoria with my soon-to-be, I think, daughter-in-law. But I guess sometimes life gets so good for people, and things are going so well, that you start getting this implied guilt. Oh, things are going great for me. Oh, no, my God, it's got to be because of my white privilege. That's another thing. Can we stow the white privilege thing here? You know what my white privilege was? Working my ass off and having a stable household with 2 parents. I'm sorry if that sounds bad. My God. Tuesday. Can you tell I'm venting? Can you tell this is the part of the show knowing I won't be back here until 2 o'clock tomorrow? I just let it go. But here it is. The Democratic Party is hemorrhaging voters long before they even go to the polls. Of these 30 states that track voter registration by party, Democrats lost ground to Republicans in every single one between 2020 and 2024, and often by a lot. The 4-year swing toward the GOP adds up to 4.5 million voters, a deep hole that could take years for Democrats to climb out of. And yet, they stand behind the rush of illegals here, and yet they still yell and scream at each other about transgender athletes, justifying biological young men playing against women and girls. This is the party of women, by the way. the party of women, by the way. But when you ask any of these phony women's groups like Now and Women for This and I Love Women and Women, when you ask them to say, hey, what do you think of this woman who lost out as a college or high school athlete because a transgender male, biological male, won against her in a competition? You know what you hear? Shh, don't say anything. You know I've been on that horse for a long time, folks. You never hear a word from a lot of these so-called groups that stand up for women when a young woman in a high school age group or a young woman in a college age group files a lawsuit challenging the fact that she does not want to compete against biological men. It's never a progressive group that picks up the cause. Legally, maybe with pro bono legal services. You never see that from a progressive group. You never do. It's always the conservative legal groups. Oh, well, that's just a bunch of conservative women there. Yeah? I don't know. Maybe the conservative women, maybe, I don't know, do only conservative women understand anatomy? I don't know. Could be. I don't know. Traffic and weather together. We'll put a cap around it right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport with an accident near exit 12. Parkway overall is really only a few minutes faster. Wilbur Cross southbound accident in Woodbridge exit 46 on the on-ramp. And then as things backed up through the tunnel into Hampton. 95 out of New Haven, jamming from the 91 merge down to the Milford connector, and on 84 eastbound crawling along through Danbury and Newtown. Match Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be a few showers or a thunderstorm with a low near 60. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. Friday, sunny and warmer with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
$25,000 could be yours. Catch the heaviest bluefish and walk away with the cash.
The Surfside Hotel greatest bluefish tournament on earth happening August 23rd and 24th all over Long Island Sound. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or area bait and tackle shops.
$40,000 in total prizes just for doing what you already love. Fishing.
Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Bluefish Tournament, and we'll see you on the Sound.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And yes, like all those wonderful voices said there, check it out. It's coming up this weekend. Saturday, the 23rd, Sunday, the 24th of August. The Surfside Hotel greatest bluefish tournament on earth. Check it out, bluefishtournament.com. Register there or at your local bait and tackle shop. It's going to be fun again this coming Saturday and Sunday. $25,000 for the heaviest blue, $40,000 in total prizes there. It's going to be fun, and I get to interview I've done this, I think, every year since I've been here. I think 5 years or so we'll do it again on Sunday. I'll be here, I think they told me 5 o'clock is when we do it again, yeah. So I will be interviewing the unofficial winner on, because, we have to go through the legalities and, check out the fish and all that and make sure it's not, fillet of fish from McDonald's or, a bunch of sardines together. You know how it works. So I'll be interviewing the winner of the Surfside Hotel greatest bluefish tournament on earth this Sunday. Still time to register, though, bluefishtournament.com. Isabella Gatos. Isabella, thank you for the news and technical work on the program today. Paul Piorek with the weather. Andrew Krause with the traffic. Two hands on the wheel, folks. Back tomorrow at 2.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hurricane Erin is a large and powerful storm.
Hurricane Erin is already creating extremely dangerous and life-threatening rip currents for all of the North Carolina coast.
North Carolina's Emergency Director, William Ray.
This will be a longer duration event with coastal flooding expected over several high tide cycles. We will see rain bands trailing Erin that will also impact the area, already saturated soils across the area, which could lead to extended impacts.
Despite being offshore, it poses a threat to coastal communities as far north as New England. In the west, the danger is extreme heat in Arizona, Nevada, and California. Meteorologist David Parkinson.
The big concern when you have this level of heat and an offshore wind is that generally you do actually have a higher fire risk. That's because the ground is dried out even more than it normally is, which the ground is already incredibly dry in Southern California. You do sometimes get some offshore wind events that come through the canyons and increase the wind.
In Israel, they're preparing for the offensive in Gaza City, as Rami Inocencio reports.
Israel is calling up 60,000 new reservists, which is its biggest call-up ever since the events of October 7th. And the military is also extending service for another 20,000 soldiers that are already operating in the field. So in total, this would bring to 130,000 military personnel on active duty as it ramps up its Gaza assault.
Jake Rosen reports a federal judge has rejected the government's request to unseal grand jury transcripts in the Jeffrey Epstein case.
The documents the government was seeking to unseal included about 70 pages of transcripts of the agent's 2 presentations to the grand jury, a PowerPoint exhibit, and a call log. The judge noted that the Department of Justice's files on the Epstein case dwarf those stemming from the grand jury, and proceedings before grand juries are typically kept secret.
The TSA is working with a private company to bring biometric e-gates to airports. It would allow you to check in for boarding without an agent. Travel editor Peter Greenberg.
Once you give them your fingerprint and your facial recognition information, which matches up to your ID, when these gates are installed, all you do is you go in front of the gate. 3 seconds later, it takes your picture, the gates open, and you go directly to the security for your carry-on bags.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished mixed. The NASDAQ Composite Index was lower for the second day, down 142. The Dow was up by 16 points. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the